Aristotle is often remembered as the calm architect of reason, the man who organized the chaos of the world into categories, causes, and systems. His name is spoken with respect, almost reverence, as if logic itself took human form and chose to walk among men. But beneath this image of serene wisdom lies a quieter, more uncomfortable truth. Aristotle did not seek knowledge to free humanity. He sought knowledge to understand it, classify it, and ultimately make it usable. And usable knowledge, in the wrong hands, does not liberate. It governs. Unlike his teacher Plato, who dreamed of ideal forms and invisible truths, Aristotle distrusted abstraction. He believed reality was not something to escape, but something to dissect. He watched animals, plants, and people with the same patient intensity. He measured, compared, named, and ordered. Everything had a place. Everything had a function. And if something did not fit, it could be explained away as inferior, incomplete, or defective. This was not cruelty. It was efficiency. Aristotle believed that understanding how the world worked was the highest form of wisdom. But he also believed that not all people were meant to participate equally in that understanding. Some, he argued, were born to rule. Others were born to be ruled. This idea did not emerge from anger or ambition. It emerged from observation, or rather, from what he believed observation revealed. In his philosophy, hierarchy was not injustice. It was nature. This way of thinking found its most powerful expression when Aristotle became the tutor of a young Macedonian prince named Alexander. The relationship between philosopher and conqueror would change the course of history. Aristotle did not teach Alexander how to be kind. He taught him how to see the world clearly. Peoples became cultures to be studied. Lands became resources to be mapped. Differences became classifications. And once classified, they could be managed. Knowledge became strategy. Alexander's conquests were not driven by chaos alone. They were guided by an understanding of geography, politics, and human behavior that Aristotle helped shape. The world was no longer a mystery. It was a system, and systems can be controlled. When Alexander marched east, he did not simply conquer with force. He conquered with understanding. He knew which cities to flatter, which elites to co-opt, and which populations to suppress. Power, sharpened by knowledge, became almost inevitable. Aristotle never wielded a sword, but his ideas traveled farther than any army. His writings on politics argued that the state existed not to make people happy, but to function properly. Stability mattered more than equality. Order mattered more than freedom. A well-run society, in his view, was one in which everyone fulfilled their assigned role without friction. This was wisdom applied to governance, and it was deeply persuasive. Centuries later, empires would adopt this mindset almost unconsciously. Roman administrators, medieval scholars, and early modern statesmen would turn to Aristotle not for moral comfort, but for practical guidance. His logic offered a way to justify authority. His biology offered a way to rank life. His ethics offered a way to frame obedience as virtue. Knowledge did not challenge power. It explained why power was necessary. What made Aristotle's influence so enduring was its neutrality. He did not shout. He did not threaten. He simply described the world as he believed it was. And description, when trusted, becomes permission. Permission to rule, permission to exclude, permission to believe that inequality is not a failure of society, but a feature of reality itself. Even science, which owes much of its structure to Aristotle, inherited this quiet alignment with authority. To measure is to control. To name is to claim. To classify is to decide what matters and what does not. The language of objectivity often hides the presence of power, but it does not remove it. Aristotle gave the West tools that were astonishingly effective, but tools do not ask how they will be used. In his final years, Aristotle fled Athens, fearing the same fate that had befallen Socrates. He reportedly said he wouldn't allow the city to sin twice against philosophy. It is a poignant moment. The man whose ideas had empowered rulers now found himself vulnerable to the very system he had helped rationalize. Knowledge, it seemed, could serve power, but it could not always protect its creator. Aristotle died in exile. Far from the centers of authority, his ideas would continue to shape. His legacy lived on, embedded in institutions, universities, governments, and empires. He became a foundation, not a rebel, a guide, not a warning. And perhaps that is the most unsettling part of his story. Because Aristotle does not remind us that power is dangerous. He reminds us that power can be reasonable, that domination can be logical, that inequality can be explained so well it stops feeling wrong. His philosophy asks us to consider a difficult question, one that lingers long after the voice of the documentary fades into sleep. What happens when understanding stops asking why and starts asking how? In that quiet shift, knowledge ceases to be a path toward wisdom and becomes a servant of power. Now, let us step back from the edge of that precipice. Close your eyes. Let the heavy curtain of the day fall, shutting out the glare of the modern world. Imagine a space of quiet twilight, a vast library where the dust motes dance in shafts of amber light, and the air smells of old parchment, dried ink, and beeswax. The silence here is not empty. It is full of whispers, the soft rustle of robes against stone, the scratching of a reed pen on papyrus. We are going to walk through this library, back into the time before the books were written, to meet the man who held the quill. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Breathe in deeply now. Can you smell the scent of the Aegean Sea? It is a salty, sharp tang carried on a warm breeze, mixing with the resinous scent of pine trees and the earthy aroma of sun-baked soil. This is the world Aristotle knew, not a white marble fantasy of pristine statues, but a vibrant, messy, colorful world of flesh and blood. History often feels distant, locked away in museums. But tonight, we will let it breathe. We will let the centuries dissolve like mist over the water. Aristotle lived in a time when the boundaries between myth and reality were porous, where a thunderstorm was the anger of Zeus, and a calm sea was the favor of Poseidon. But he was a man who looked at the lightning and asked not who sent it, but what is it made of? He was the bridge between the old world of gods and the new world of causes. Historians still argue whether this shift was a sudden break or a slow, reluctant evolution, a debate that has kept scholars awake for centuries. Though tonight, it serves only to lull us deeper into the story. Imagine him not as a bust on a pedestal, but as a person, perhaps squinting in the dim light of an oil lamp, rubbing tired eyes, wondering if he had truly categorized the nature of the soul, or if he just needed a nap. It is a comforting thought, is it not? that the greatest minds in history also grew tired, also sought the comfort of rest. We begin our journey not in the halls of Athens, but further north, in a wilder place where the mountains meet the sea and the air is thick with the promise of storms. Here the foundations of logic were laid, not in a classroom, but in the dirt, observing the crawling, flying, living things that share our world. The mind of Aristotle was a net cast wide to catch the universe. And as we drift backward, floating on the current of time, we can feel the gentle rocking of the boat, the lull of the waves, and the quiet assurance that for the next while, there are no decisions to be made, no problems to solve, only a story to be told. A story of a man who tried to organize the infinite, and in doing so, built a house of reason where the Western world would live for 2,000 years. So, settle into the cushions of history. The lamp is lit, the scroll is unrolled, the world is waiting to be named. To understand the man who would one day categorize the universe, we must first travel to the edge of the map, to a small, jagged peninsula reaching out into the northern Aegean Sea like a thirsty finger. This is Stagira, the birthplace of Aristotle in 384 BC, a town where the salt spray of the sea constantly battled the scent of pine pitch from the dense forests behind it. It was a colony, a place caught between the refined democratic air of the Greek city-states and the wilder stomping rhythms of the Macedonian north. It is here that we find a young boy, not looking up at the stars in wonder, but looking down at the earth with intense, quiet scrutiny. Aristotle was not born into a family of politicians or generals, but into a lineage of healers. His father, Nicomachus, was a physician, and not just a village herbalist, but the personal doctor to King Amyntas III of Macedon, the grandfather of Alexander the Great. This distinction is vital. In the ancient world, medicine was often a family trade, a secret knowledge passed from father to son within the guild of the Asclepiads, named after the god of healing. But while the god was invoked in prayers, the work itself was deeply, undeniably physical. Growing up in a house of medicine, young Aristotle would have been surrounded by the tools of the trade: bronze scalpels, mortars for grinding roots, jars of dried poppy and hemlock, and the omnipresent, earthy smell of healing salves. While other children might have been told fairy tales of heroes slaying monsters, Aristotle likely heard stories of how the liver processes blood, or how a fever breaks. It creates a different kind of mind. To a physician's son, the human body is not a temple of mystery. It is a machine. It has parts. It has fluids. It has rules. If the machine breaks, it is not because of a curse, but because a part has failed, and if you look closely enough, you can find the cause. This early exposure to biology grounded Aristotle in a way that would forever separate him from other philosophers. He learned to trust his eyes. He learned that the truth was often messy, hidden inside the shell of a crab or the stem of a plant, waiting to be extracted by a steady hand. There is a gentle humor in imagining the future genius as a toddler, perhaps bringing a dead lizard to the dinner table, not out of mischief, but because he genuinely wanted to know how its legs were attached, much to his mother's weary exasperation. But this curiosity was serious business. In the guild of Asclepius, observation was the highest virtue. You could not theorize a fever away. You had to watch the patient, track the symptoms, and respond to reality. Historians still debate the extent of Aristotle's formal medical training. Some argue he was fully initiated into the guild's secrets before his father's death, while others suggest he merely absorbed the atmosphere. But the result was the same. He learned to think like a doctor. And a doctor's job, ultimately, is to maintain order within the body, just as a king maintains order within the state. This connection between the biological body and the political body would become a cornerstone of his later thought. When Nicomachus traveled to the Macedonian capital of Pella to attend the king, young Aristotle likely went with him. Pella was a shock to the senses. Unlike the democratic, talkative cities of the south, Macedonia was a land of warrior kings, hard drinking, and sudden violence. It was a place where power was raw and undisguised. The court of King Amyntas was not a place for delicate sensibilities. It was a place of hunting dogs, roaring fires, and ambitious nobles jockeying for favor. For a quiet, observant boy from the coast, it must have been both terrifying and fascinating. Here he saw how power actually worked. He saw that a king was not just a figurehead, but the vital organ that kept the chaotic body of the kingdom alive. If the king was weak, the state sickened. If the king was strong, the state thrived. It was a lesson in political anatomy that he would never unlearn. But childhood, even for the brilliant, is rarely without its shadows. While he was still a boy, Aristotle's world fractured. His father, the man who held the secrets of life and death, died, followed soon after by his mother, Phoistis. The specific dates are lost to the grey fog of history, but by the time he was entering adolescence, Aristotle was an orphan. He was taken in by a guardian, Proxenus of Atanius, a man who seems to have been kind and capable, for he ensured the boy's education continued. But the loss of his parents severed Aristotle's direct path into the medical profession. He would not become a court physician like his father. He was left with the mind of a doctor, analytical, detached, searching for causes, but without a patient to cure. One can imagine him in those teenage years, a bit solitary, walking the rocky shores of Stagira, skipping stones and cataloguing the marine life in the tide pools, trying to find a new order in a world that had suddenly become unpredictable. The sea urchins and starfish he studied did not grieve. They simply existed, perfect in their function, following the silent laws of nature. Perhaps he found comfort in that. Nature did not weep. Nature worked. And if one could understand how it worked, perhaps one could navigate the human world with the same certainty. He was wealthy, thanks to his father's service to the king, and brilliant, thanks to his own insatiable curiosity. But he was also untethered. He had outgrown Stagira. The small town, with its fish markets and local gossip, could no longer contain a mind that wanted to swallow the world whole. He needed a place where questions were the currency of the realm. He needed the city of Athena. And so, at the age of 17, a pivotal decision was made. Proxenus, recognizing that the young man's intellect was too sharp to be wasted on managing a country estate, sent him south. It was a journey of transformation. Aristotle packed his belongings, leaving behind the wild forests of Macedonia and the grave of the father who taught him to look, and set his eyes towards the intellectual capital of the world. He was not going to Athens to conquer it, nor to trade with it. He was going to diagnose it. He was going to understand it. The physician's son was heading to the city of philosophers, carrying with him a way of seeing that would eventually dismantle their poetic dreams and replace them with solid, categorizable facts. As he boarded the ship that would take him south, watching the familiar coast of Macedonia fade into the mist, he was leaving behind the certainty of his childhood for the great unknown. He did not know that he would not return to these northern lands for many years, and that when he did, it would be as the tutor to a boy who would burn the world down. For now, he was just a student, watching the waves break against the hull, noting the pattern of the foam, and wondering what waited for him in the city of wisdom. When the ship finally docked in Piraeus, the busy port of Athens, in 367 BC, the young man from the north stepped off the gangplank into a wall of noise that must have felt like a physical blow. If Stagira was the quiet observation of nature, Athens was the loud, chaotic observation of humanity. It was a city that never stopped talking. Piraeus was a tangle of ropes, crates, foreign tongues, and the smell of fish rotting in the sun. A sensory assault that would have sent a lesser mind retreating back to the cabin. But Aristotle, 17 years old and burning with a quiet, intense hunger, walked forward. He was entering the city at a strange moment in its history. The golden age of Pericles, the era of the Parthenon's construction, and the supreme naval empire was fading into the rearview mirror, leaving behind a city that was militarily diminished but intellectually explosive. Athens had become the school of Greece, a place where ideas were traded more fiercely than olive oil or pottery. As Aristotle walked the long dusty road from the port up to the city proper, passing between the remnants of the long walls that had once protected the population from Spartan sieges, he was walking into a different kind of battlefield. Here, you did not die by the spear, you died by the argument. To the Athenians, this young Macedonian arrival would have looked like a curiosity. We often picture ancient philosophers as ragged, bearded ascetics, wearing threadbare cloaks and looking as if they hadn't bathed since the last Olympiad. But Aristotle defied this stereotype with a certain fastidious flair. Historical accounts, often tinged with the gossip of his rivals, suggest that young Aristotle was something of a dandy. He reportedly wore rings on his fingers, kept his hair fashionably short, a stark contrast to the wild manes of the traditional sages, and dressed in fine linen cloaks that draped perfectly over his frame. There is a touch of delightful irony here, thinking of the father of logic, checking his reflection in a polished bronze mirror to ensure his hem was straight before going to deconstruct the universe. He spoke with a slight lisp, a vulnerability that perhaps made him listen more than he spoke in those early days, knowing that every word he uttered marked him instantly as an outsider. And that is the crucial key to his life in Athens. He was a metic, a resident alien. No matter how brilliant he became, no matter how many books he wrote, he could not vote, he could not own land, and he could not hold political office. He was in the city, but not of it. This legal wall created a psychological distance that suited him perfectly. While the Athenian citizens shouted in the assembly, obsessed with the daily grind of politics and rhetoric, Aristotle stood slightly apart, watching the mechanism of the city whir and click, observing the social animal in its natural habitat without ever fully joining the herd. His destination was not the bustling market square, the agora, where Socrates had once pestered passers-by with uncomfortable questions. Aristotle headed outside the city walls to a quiet grove of olive and plane trees dedicated to the hero Academus. This was the academy. To the modern ear, the word sounds like a rigid institution with exams, bells, and lecture halls. But the Academy of 367 BC was more like a sacred park or a religious guild. It was a place of walking, talking, and wrestling in the gymnasium, where the mind and body were trained together in the dappled sunlight. But when Aristotle arrived at the gates of wisdom, he found the master was missing. Plato, the 60-year-old giant of philosophy, was not sitting on a marble bench dispensing truths. He was away in Sicily, attempting a disastrous experiment to turn the tyrant Dionysius II into a philosopher king, a project that would end in utter failure and almost get Plato sold into slavery. In his absence, the academy was being run by Eudoxus of Cnidus, a brilliant mathematician and astronomer. This timing was accidental, but it was destiny. Had Aristotle arrived and immediately fallen under the spell of Plato's dazzling metaphysical poetry, he might have become just another dreamer. Instead, he was greeted by Eudoxus, a man who looked at the sky and saw geometry, not gods. Eudoxus was obsessed with the movement of the stars and the mathematical models that could explain them. Under his temporary stewardship, the academy was less a mystical cult and more a research center. Aristotle, the doctor's son who loved biological facts, found himself in a playground of mathematical facts. He threw himself into the life of the student with a ferocity that earned him the nickname the Reader, a title that sounds dull to us, but was a marker of eccentricity in a culture that still prized the spoken word over the silent scroll. He collected books, expensive, rare papyrus rolls, accumulating a private library that was the envy and confusion of his peers. While others debated in the shade, Aristotle read. He devoured the poets, the histories, the medical treatises, and the geographers. He was downloading the entire operating system of the Greek mind. But it wasn't just book learning. The academy was a social pressure cooker. Young men from all over the Mediterranean, rich aristocrats, odd mystics, mathematicians, and political exiles, gathered here to sharpen their minds against one another. It was a place of intense male bonding and fierce rivalry, where a well-placed logical distinction could earn you glory, and a sloppy definition could make you the laughingstock of the dinner table. Aristotle, with his lisp, his jewelry, and his frightening intelligence, began to rise through this hierarchy not by charm, but by sheer, undeniable competence. He absorbed the Platonic teachings, the idea that the world we see is just a shadow of a higher, perfect reality. But he held them awkwardly, like a man trying on a coat that is 2 sizes too big. He loved the rigor, but he doubted the premise. Why, he must have wondered as he walked through the olive groves, must the truth be up there in some invisible realm? Why could the truth not be right here, in the vein structure of the olive leaf, or the geometry of the spider web stretching between the branches? He was the best student the academy had ever seen, but he was also its quietest rebel. He was learning the rules of the game so well that he would eventually rewrite them entirely. The sun would set over the academy, casting long violet shadows across the wrestling grounds, and the noise of the city would fade into the chirping of cicadas, insects that Aristotle would later classify with precision. He was 20 years old, then 25, then 30, growing into his power while waiting for the return of the master. He was becoming the mind of the school, a razor-sharp intellect that could cut through the fog of rhetoric. But he was still waiting for the collision that would define his life. He was waiting for Plato to come home. And when the old man finally returned from Sicily, bruised by the real world, and retreating back into the world of ideas, he would find his school changed. He would find that the physician's son had not just learned the lessons, he had dissected them. The stage was set for the most famous intellectual friendship and disagreement in human history. The mystic and the scientist were about to meet under the plane trees, and the sparks from their conversation would light the way for Western civilization. But for now, let us leave Aristotle in the library, the lamp oil burning low, his finger tracing a line of text, finding his place in a world that he was determined to understand, even if he had to take it apart piece by piece. This moment suggests a quiet truth. Aristotle's greatest advantage was not genius alone, but distance. As a metic, he lived inside Athens without being absorbed by it. That half-belonging created a rare clarity, like a Roman engineer studying Greek temples centuries later, admiring their beauty, yet measuring their weight-bearing limits. Aristotle could love ideas without worshipping them. He listened where citizens shouted. He observed where others performed. This matters because many civilizations mistake participation for understanding. In democratic Athens, rhetoric ruled daily life. The loudest voices shaped reality. Aristotle's outsider status allowed him to study the city as a living organism, not a creed. In this, he resembles later figures, such as medieval scholars in Islamic courts, foreigners who preserved and questioned Greek thought precisely because they were not bound by Athenian pride. Some historians argue this is romanticized, that Aristotle thrived simply because the academy was exceptional, not because he was marginal. That may be partly true. Yet the pattern repeats across history. Distance sharpens vision. So here is the quiet question to carry with you into sleep. Do we understand the worlds we fully belong to, or only the ones we stand slightly outside of? When Plato finally walked back through the gates of the academy, the air in the olive grove must have shifted. He was no longer the vigorous wrestler of his youth, the man whose broad shoulders had earned him the nickname Platon, meaning broad. He was now in his 60s, a man carrying the invisible weight of his failures in Sicily, where his attempt to mold a tyrant into a sage had crumbled into danger and disappointment. He returned not as a conquering hero, but as a sage who had seen the limits of the world and retreated back into the safety of the mind. And there, waiting for him, was the physician's son. The meeting of these two men is one of the great cinematic moments of the imagination, though no sculptor was there to capture it. On one side, the grey-bearded master, a man who spoke in myths and allegories, who believed that the soul was a chariot pulled by horses, and that the world we see is nothing but a shadow on a cave wall. On the other side, the young Macedonian, dressed in his fine linen, his fingers adorned with rings, a man who looked at a horse and saw anatomy, not a metaphor. It was the collision of the mystic and the mechanic, the poet and the scientist. But instead of clashing, they clicked. Plato, with the generosity of true genius, did not resent the brilliant upstart. He recognized him. He saw in Aristotle a mind that burned with a different kind of fire, not the flickering, ethereal flame of inspiration, but the steady, consuming heat of analysis. He soon gave Aristotle a nickname that would stick for the rest of his time at the academy: the nous. The mind. When Aristotle was absent from a lecture, Plato would reportedly look around the gathered students and say, "The mind is not here." implying that the rest of the room, for all their eagerness, was merely a collection of bodies. There was another nickname too, one that reveals even more about Aristotle's peculiar habits. Plato called him the reader. To us, living in a world drowning in text, this sounds like a generic description, but in the 4th century BC, it was a label of eccentricity. The Greek world was an oral world. Wisdom was something you heard, something you debated in the marketplace, something you memorized from the lips of a teacher. Reading was a functional skill, often done aloud, a way to access information, not a lifestyle. But Aristotle was different. He was the first great collector of books in European history. He spent his wealth not on horses or banquets, but on scrolls. He built a private library within the academy, a fortress of papyrus where he could retreat from the endless chatter of the Athenians. While others argued, he read. He engaged with the dead as much as the living, pulling apart the arguments of past philosophers, line by line, hunting for errors and insights. Plato found this amusing, perhaps a bit odd. He famously distrusted writing, believing it weakened the memory, and could not answer back when questioned. But he allowed it. He allowed Aristotle's house to become the house of the reader. This creates a lovely, quiet image for us to hold. The bustling academy outside, full of wrestling and shouting, and inside, the silence of a room where a young man sits surrounded by scrolls, his lips moving silently as he devours the knowledge of the world, alone in a crowd. But the relationship was not just one of distant admiration. It was a daily, rigorous friction. Plato's teaching style was not about giving answers. It was about stripping away false beliefs until the student was left with nothing but the truth. He would ask, "What is justice?" or "What is courage?" and then dismantle every definition the students offered until they were dizzy with confusion. This was the Socratic method, a tool designed to humble the arrogant. Aristotle, however, was not easily dizzy. He respected the method, but he craved the answer. He didn't just want to know what justice wasn't. He wanted to know what it was, how it functioned, and where it lived in the city. There is a famous story, perhaps apocryphal, but deeply true to their characters, about a lecture Plato gave titled On the Good. A large crowd gathered, expecting a stirring speech about happiness, ethics, and the meaning of life. The kind of lecture that makes you feel warm and noble. Instead, Plato walked in and began to speak about mathematics. He spoke of geometry, astronomy, and the number one. He spoke of abstract unities and indivisible lines. As the lecture went on, the crowd began to fidget. They had come for poetry, and they were getting calculus. One by one, the listeners stood up and walked out, bored and confused. By the end, the hall was empty, except for one person. Aristotle remained seated, listening intently to the abstract patterns, trying to find the logical structure beneath the disappointment. He was the only one who understood that for Plato, the good was not a warm feeling. It was a mathematical precision, the ultimate order of the universe. Historians often debate whether Aristotle eventually became a thorn in Plato's side. There is a later gossip that claims Plato once said, "Aristotle kicks me, as a foal kicks its mother when it has had enough milk." It is a vivid image, framing Aristotle as ungrateful, taking the nourishment of the academy and then bruising the teacher who gave it. But we should perhaps read this with a softer lens. A foal does not kick its mother out of malice. It kicks because it is growing, because its legs are getting strong, because it is preparing to run on its own. The disagreements between them were not petty squabbles. They were fundamental divergences on the nature of reality, yet they remained contained within the walls of friendship for 20 years. 20 years. That is a lifetime. Aristotle did not leave. He did not storm off to start a rival school while Plato was alive. He stayed, he learned, he taught, and he wrote. He wrote dialogues in the style of Plato, works that were praised in antiquity for their golden river of speech, though they are now lost to us. This suggests that the dry, dusty Aristotle we know today, the writer of lecture notes and lists, once had a voice that could sing. He learned the music of philosophy from Plato before he decided to take the instrument apart to see how it worked. There is a gentle humor in imagining their dinners together. The table talk at the academy was legendary, but one can picture the dynamic. Plato spinning a beautiful, intricate myth about the afterlife, weaving a tapestry of words that held the table spellbound, and Aristotle waiting for a pause to clear his throat and ask, "Yes, master, but by what mechanism does the soul detach from the body, and is it a physical substance or a potentiality?" A heavy sigh from the head of the table, a roll of the eyes from the other students. But Plato would have answered. He would have engaged, because he knew that without the nous, without the mind, the academy was just a group of friends telling stories. Aristotle forced the school to be rigorous. He forced philosophy to grow up, to stop just dreaming and start defining. He was the anchor that kept Plato's balloon from floating away entirely. And in return, Plato gave Aristotle a home. For a man who had lost his parents, who was a foreigner in a city that didn't want him, the academy was not just a school, it was a family. A strange, argumentative, brilliant family, but a family nonetheless. As the years passed, the reader became a teacher himself, lecturing on rhetoric and logic, pacing the grounds, gathering his own circle of students. The bond between the two men deepened, hardened by time and respect. They were the two suns of the intellectual solar system, orbiting each other in a delicate balance of gravity. But as Plato grew frailer, entering his 80th year, the question of succession began to hang in the air like the smoke from a snuffed candle. Who would lead the school when the master was gone? The answer seemed obvious to everyone. It had to be the mind. It had to be the genius. But the world of men is rarely as logical as a syllogism, and Aristotle, for all his brilliance, had forgotten one variable in his equation: politics. The foal was ready to run, but the pasture was not his to inherit. And so, we leave them in this golden moment of stasis, the teacher and the student, the broad shoulders and the ringed fingers, walking together under the trees, united by the love of wisdom, before the inevitable fracture that would send them down two different paths, splitting the Western mind in half forever. If you were to walk through the Vatican today, wandering through the endless corridors of painted masterpieces until you reach the Stanza della Segnatura, you would find yourself standing before Raphael's The School of Athens. It is a glorious, crowded fresco, a class photo of the ancient world's greatest minds. In the absolute center, framed by an archway of blue sky, stand our two protagonists, Plato and Aristotle. And if you look closely at their hands, you will see the entire history of Western philosophy captured in a single, silent gesture. Plato, old and bearded, points one finger upward, toward the heavens, toward the invisible, perfect realm where he believed the truth lived. Aristotle, young and handsome, holds his hand out flat, palm facing the earth, fingers spread wide as if to steady the ground beneath him. He points down. He points to the here. He points to the now. This image, painted nearly 2,000 years after they died, captures the heart of the friction that began to grow in the olive groves of the academy. For Plato, the world we see, the world of crumbling statues, dying flowers, and corrupt politicians, was a disappointment. It was a becoming, a constant state of flux and decay, a mere shadow of the being, the eternal, changeless world of forms. To Plato, a beautiful horse was just a blurry photocopy of the concept of the horse, a perfect, invisible archetype that existed in the mind of God. He wanted to escape the cave of shadows and stare at the sun. Aristotle, however, looked at the horse and saw a horse. He saw muscle, bone, hair, and sweat. He did not see a failure of reality. He saw reality itself. He loved the particulars, the messy, specific details of existence. While Plato was trying to float away, Aristotle was trying to dig in. This was not just a difference in opinion, it was a difference in personality, a clash between the mystic who wants to transcend the world and the scientist who wants to explain it. And nowhere was this clearer than in their attitude towards the natural world. Plato found biology slightly repulsive. It was sticky, smelly, and impermanent. Why study a beetle when you could study the perfect geometry of a triangle? A triangle never dies. A triangle never rots. Aristotle, on the other hand, found the beetle fascinating. He would spend hours staring at the cuttlefish in the lagoon or dissecting the reproductive organs of a sea urchin, convinced that even in the humblest, slimiest creature, there was something marvelous at work. Historians still argue about exactly when Aristotle abandoned the theory of forms, or if he ever truly accepted it in the first place. But the shift in his thinking was seismic. He began to argue that form was not some ghostly blueprint floating in another dimension. Form was inside the thing itself. The form of an oak tree was inside the acorn, driving it to grow, to spread its leaves, to become what it was meant to be. This was the birth of teleology, the idea that everything in nature has a purpose, a telos, an end goal. The rock falls because it wants to be with the earth. The fire rises because it wants to reach the heavens. The eye sees because that is its function. To Aristotle, the universe was not a cold, random place. It was a place of striving. Every living thing was trying to fulfill its potential. It is a beautiful, comforting thought, one that turns the chaotic struggle of nature into a grand, purposeful symphony. But it also laid the groundwork for his more dangerous ideas about hierarchy. If everything has a purpose, then some things are naturally higher and others are lower. If the purpose of the mind is to rule and the purpose of the body is to serve, then surely, he reasoned, some humans are natural masters and others are natural servants. The seeds of his defense of slavery were sown here, not in malice, but in this obsession with function. He looked at the social world with the same cold, categorizing eye he used on the natural world, and he made the fatal mistake of assuming that the cruelty of man was the law of nature. But let us not judge him too harshly yet. Let us stay in the academy, where these ideas were still just friendly debates over wine. Imagine the atmosphere of those afternoons. The cicadas are buzzing, a relentless drone that sounds like heat made audible. Plato is sitting on a stone bench, his eyes closed, talking about the immortality of the soul, describing it as a prisoner trapped in the cage of the body, longing for release. The students are nodding, entranced by the poetry. And then Aristotle, the man with the lisp and the sharp eyes, raises a hand. But master, he might say, if the soul is the form of the body, then surely it cannot exist without it, just as the sight of an eye cannot exist without the eye itself. A silence falls. It is a devastating argument. It suggests that when we die, we are gone, that the soul is not a ghost, but a function, like the cutting power of an axe. If the axe breaks, the cutting power vanishes. It was a terrifyingly grounded idea, one that stripped away the comforting blanket of the afterlife that Plato had woven so carefully. Yet Plato did not expel him. He did not silence him. There is a profound grace in how these two men handled their divergence. They loved the truth more than they loved being right. Or at least, they tried to. There is a gentle humor in thinking of Aristotle trying to drag Plato down to the fish market to look at a particularly interesting octopus, and Plato politely declining, preferring to stay in the garden and think about the abstract concept of the mollusk. They were the odd couple of antiquity, the dreamer and the dissector. Aristotle was grounding philosophy, pulling it down from the clouds and planting it in the soil. He was developing the tools of logic, the syllogism, to ensure that arguments were built like brick walls, solid and unshakable. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple to us, but it was a revolution. He was creating a language where truth could be tested, not just felt. He was building the ladder of reason that the Western world would climb for the next 2 millennia. But as he looked around the academy, he must have felt a growing sense of isolation. He was the brilliant outsider, the metic, the man who knew too much about the anatomy of fish and not enough about the politics of Athens. He was 37 years old. He had spent nearly half his life in Plato's shadow, and shadows, no matter how comforting, eventually become cold. The sun was setting on the golden age of the academy. The political situation in Athens was darkening. The rise of Macedonia, led by the one-eyed King Philip, was making life dangerous for anyone with northern connections. Aristotle, with his Macedonian accent and his friendship with the royal court, was beginning to attract suspicious glances in the agora. The reader was safe among his books, but the walls of the library were thin. Change was coming. It came not with a shout, but with a quiet passing. In 347 BC, Plato died. The great voice fell silent. The broad shoulders that had carried the weight of philosophy for 50 years were finally at rest. The academy, the family, was suddenly headless. And in the vacuum left by the master, the cracks that had been papered over with friendship and respect suddenly became chasms. The question of succession was no longer a theoretical debate. It was a decision. And for Aristotle, the man who had pointed down to earth, the answer would be a harsh reminder that in the world of men, merit is rarely the only measure. The ground he had studied so carefully was about to shift beneath his feet. The silence that fell over the academy in 347 BC was not merely the absence of noise. It was the absence of a center. When a great teacher dies, the world does not simply continue, it wobbles. Plato had been the sun around which the intellectual life of Athens revolved for half a century, and his death was like an eclipse that left his students blinking in the sudden cold twilight. For Aristotle, the grief must have been profound. He had spent 20 years, his entire adult life, in the orbit of this man. He had arrived as a 17-year-old boy with nothing but questions, and he was now a 37-year-old philosopher with a mind that could dismantle the universe. But as the funeral rites were performed, as the smoke of the pyre drifted up into the pale Athenian sky, a more practical and uncomfortable question began to circulate among the mourners. Who would lead? To the outside observer, the choice seemed obvious. Aristotle was the nous, the mind, the most brilliant thinker the school had ever produced. If the academy was a meritocracy, the mantle belonged to him. But the academy was not just a school of thought. It was a property, a legal entity, and a family business. And Aristotle, for all his genius, was a foreigner. He had no legal standing in Athens. He could not inherit the land the school stood on. And so, the leadership passed to Speusippus, Plato's nephew. It is easy to imagine the quiet devastation of that moment. Speusippus was a competent man, certainly, but he was not a giant. He was a mathematician, obsessed with numbers and Pythagorean mysticism, lacking the sweeping poetic vision of his uncle or the rigorous biological curiosity of Aristotle. Under his guidance, the academy would turn inward, becoming more like a cult of numbers than a university of life. There is a dry historical humor in noting that while Plato had once said Aristotle needed the rein to hold him back, he said Speusippus needed the spur to get him moving. The plodding nephew was now the master of the racehorse. Historians still argue whether Aristotle felt this as a personal betrayal or merely accepted it as a legal inevitability. Did he leave Athens in a fit of piqued vanity, furious at being passed over? Or was the decision made for him by forces far larger than a school board election? The timing suggests that it was not just pride that pushed him out the gate, but fear. While the philosophers had been debating the nature of the soul, the real world had been busy sharpening its swords. In the north, King Philip II of Macedon, the man Aristotle's father had served, was on the march. He had captured the city of Olynthus in 348 BC, razing it to the ground and enslaving its people. Athens was in a panic. The great orator Demosthenes was thundering in the assembly, whipping the citizens into an anti-Macedonian frenzy, painting Philip as a barbarian monster who would swallow Greek liberty whole. In this overheated atmosphere, a man with a Macedonian accent, a man whose family had been the personal physicians to the Macedonian court, was no longer just a quirky intellectual. He was a potential spy. He was an enemy agent. Aristotle, with his doctor's instinct for diagnosis, looked at the city he loved and saw the symptoms of a fever. He knew that logic holds no sway over a mob. The academy, once his sanctuary, had become a trap. The reader had to close the book. The process of leaving a life is always heavier than one expects. Imagine him in his private quarters, surrounded by the library he had spent 2 decades assembling. These were not just scrolls. They were his external memory. Every papyrus roll contained a conversation he had had with the dead. Every wax tablet held a diagram of a thought he was still refining. He could not take it all. The departure was hasty. He had to choose what to carry and what to leave behind to the dust. It is a deeply human moment. The vulnerability of the refugee disguised as the traveler. He was not fleeing into the wilderness alone, however. He was accompanied by Xenocrates, another student of the academy. Xenocrates is one of those delightful supporting characters in history, a man known for his incredible integrity and his incredible slowness of mind. Plato had often joked that while Aristotle needed to be slowed down, Xenocrates needed to be whipped to move at all. Yet, in this moment of crisis, it was the slow, steady, loyal Xenocrates who walked beside the genius. They were an odd pair, the quicksilver intellect and the stone, walking out of the city gates together, turning their backs on the Acropolis. As they walked the dusty road toward the port, leaving the violet-crowned city behind, Aristotle must have felt a strange mixture of bitterness and liberation. He was 37. In the ancient world, this was middle age. Most men had established their families, their careers, their legacies. Aristotle was homeless, jobless, and essentially exiled. The structure that had defined his existence was gone. But there is a secret gift in the collapse of a life. It forces you to look at the world with fresh eyes. In Athens, Aristotle was Plato's student. Outside Athens, he was just Aristotle. The shadow was gone. He was stepping into the sunlight, harsh and blinding as it might be. They did not head home to Macedonia. That would have been too dangerous, too close to the war machine. Instead, they boarded a ship bound for the chaotic, fragmented coast of Asia Minor to the city of Atanius. The journey across the Aegean is a sensory shift. The air changes from the dry, dusty heat of Attica to the humid, heavy warmth of the east. The light becomes hazier. Aristotle was moving from the center of the civilized world to its fringes, to a place where Greek cities clung precariously to the edge of the Persian Empire. He was going to the court of Hermias, a tyrant who ruled a small slice of territory on the coast. Hermias was an interesting figure, a former slave, supposedly a eunuch, who had risen to power and, surprisingly, had a deep love for philosophy. He had invited the refugees of the academy to his court, offering them protection and patronage. It was a lifeline, but it was also a descent into the messy reality of politics. In Athens, they talked about the ideal state. In Atanius, they would have to deal with a real one, ruled by a man who had to pay bribes to Persian satraps just to survive. As the ship cut through the dark wine-colored sea, Aristotle lightly stood on the deck, watching the wake disappear into the darkness. He was leaving behind the theory of forms. He was leaving behind the endless debates about whether the good was a number or a geometry. He was heading toward a world of biology, of politics, of tactile, bloody, breathing reality. He did not know it yet, but he was about to enter the most productive and romantic period of his life. He was about to fall in love, not with a concept, but with a woman. And he was about to discover that the secrets of the universe were not hidden in the heavens, but in the lagoon of a nearby island, waiting for someone with the patience to look. The academy was dead to him now. The Lyceum was yet to be born. In between lay the ocean and the unknown. The wind caught his cloak, the same fine linen he had worn in the lecture halls, now stained with travel and salt. He turned his face toward Asia. The student was gone. The scientist was beginning to wake up. The ship brought them to the Troad, the rugged northwestern coast of what is now Turkey, a land where the ghosts of the Trojan War still seemed to linger in the mist, clinging to the hills. Here, the landscape was different from the dry elegance of Attica. It was wilder, darker, a place of basalt cliffs and imposing fortifications that looked nervously toward the vast interior of the Persian Empire. Aristotle and Xenocrates made their way up the steep, winding path to the citadel of Assos, a fortress perched so high above the Aegean that the ships below looked like children's toys floating in a bath. They were guests of Hermias, the ruler of Atanius, and as they passed through the heavy timber gates, they were stepping out of the theoretical world of the academy and into the dangerous, compromised reality of actual governance. Hermias is one of those figures in history who refuses to fit neatly into the categories Aristotle loved so much. He was a tyrant, a word that to Greek ears usually meant a monster, yet he ruled with a surprising benevolence. He was a eunuch, a man physically altered and often socially marginalized, yet he commanded armies and negotiated treaties. He was a former slave who had risen to become a king. For Aristotle, who would later argue that some men were natural slaves, born to be ruled, Hermias must have been a living, breathing paradox. Here was a man who defied the natural order by sheer force of will and intellect. Yet, instead of rejecting him, Aristotle loved him. The bond that formed between the philosopher and the tyrant was immediate and profound, a friendship rooted in a shared hunger for something higher than the sordid business of survival. Hermias did not want to be just a warlord. He wanted to be a philosopher king, the very ideal Plato had dreamed of. He gave Aristotle and Xenocrates the city of Assos as a sort of personal fiefdom, a laboratory where they could test their ideas on a living population. It is a fascinating, slightly surreal image. The two refugees from Athens, one a slow-moving moralist and the other a hyper-observant scientist, trying to write laws and organize a government on a windswept rock on the edge of Asia. Life in Assos was not the cloistered study of Athens. It was raw. Aristotle was now a man in his late 30s, and for the first time, he was not just a student or a teacher. He was a man of the world. He sat in council meetings where the topic was not the nature of the good, but the price of wheat, the repair of the harbor wall, and the bribes required to keep the local Persian satrap happy. He saw how messy power truly was. He saw that a ruler often had to choose not between good and evil, but between the bad and the catastrophic. This experience would seep into his later work, The Politics, which is less a blueprint for utopia and more a survival guide for imperfect states. But amidst the stone walls and the political maneuvering, something softer blossomed. In the court of Hermias, Aristotle met a woman. Her name was Pythias. She was likely the niece or adopted daughter of Hermias, a woman of noble standing in this strange frontier court. History is often unkind to the wives of philosophers, relegating them to footnotes or punchlines. But the fragments we have suggest a story of genuine, quiet devotion. Aristotle, the man of cool logic, fell in love. It was not the fiery, destructive passion of the poets, but a steady, grounding connection. He married her. It is a detail that humanizes him profoundly. We tend to think of him as a brain in a jar, but here he was, a husband, navigating the domestic intimacies of a shared life. They would have a daughter, also named Pythias, and the joy of this family life seems to have cracked the shell of his solitude. Years later, in his will, Aristotle would leave tender instructions that the bones of his wife should be moved and buried with him, as she requested. It is a whisper of emotion that echoes across the centuries, reminding us that the man who classified the heart as a heating element for the blood still knew very well how it felt when it beat for another person. The days in Assos were a golden autumn for Aristotle. He was surrounded by friends, respected by a ruler, and loved by a wife. He began to lecture in the local gymnasium, walking with his students along the ramparts, looking out over the sea. The view from Assos is spectacular. To the south, across a narrow channel of blue water, lies the island of Lesbos, its mountains rising purple and hazy in the distance. Aristotle must have gazed at that island often, little knowing it would be his next sanctuary. For now, he was content to teach. But the shadow of the east was lengthening. Hermias was playing a dangerous game. While he paid lip service to the Persian king of kings, he was secretly negotiating with King Philip of Macedonia, hoping to create a bridgehead for a Greek invasion of Asia. It was the kind of high-stakes diplomacy that gets men killed. Aristotle, as Hermias's close advisor, was perilously close to the flame. He saw the messengers coming and going under the cover of darkness. He likely helped draft the encrypted letters sent to Pella. He was learning that knowledge is not neutral. Knowledge is intelligence, and intelligence is a weapon of war. The idle could not last. The Persians were not blind. They knew that the philosophers' court in Assos was becoming a nest of Macedonian sympathizers. A Greek mercenary captain named Mentor, a man whose name sounds like a guide but who acted like a wolf, was dispatched by the Persian emperor to deal with the problem. Mentor was cunning. He did not siege Assos. He invited Hermias to a parley, promising friendship and forgiveness. Aristotle, with his logical mind, perhaps warned his friend. He might have pointed out that a premise built on a lie leads to a false conclusion, but Hermias went. He was captured, chained, and dragged away to the Persian capital of Susa to be tortured. The news must have hit Assos like a thunderclap. The protector was gone. The experiment was over. Aristotle and Pythias, along with their small circle, were suddenly exposed on the rock. They were no longer guests. They were targets. The grief Aristotle felt for Hermias was not abstract. He later wrote a hymn to virtue in honor of his fallen friend, a poem so reverent that he was later accused of treating a mortal man like a god, a crime of impiety. It reveals the depth of his loyalty. He did not see Hermias as a failed tyrant. He saw him as a martyr for the Greek cause, a man who had tried to be good in a bad world. But grief had to wait. Survival came first. The Persian forces were closing in. The walls of Assos, which had seemed so secure, now felt like a cage. They had to move. They had to cross the water. Aristotle looked south to the island he had watched from the ramparts. Lesbos. It was close, it was Greek, and it was home to his student and friend Theophrastus. It offered a different kind of safety. Not the safety of stone walls, but the safety of obscurity. And so, once again, the philosopher packed his life into crates. The scrolls, the specimens, the few precious belongings of his new wife. They hurried down the steep path to the harbor, the wind whipping their cloaks, the smell of approaching rain in the air. As the boat pushed off from the dock, putting a stretch of churning grey water between them and the Persian advance, Aristotle was leaving behind his first attempt at political life. He had learned that a philosopher king is a fragile thing. He was done with politics for a while. He was done with courts and kings. As the prow of the boat turned towards the lagoon of Lesbos, his mind was shifting gears. He was leaving the world of men and returning to the world of nature. He was about to trade the treacherous complexity of human laws for the silent, perfect laws of the biological world. The greatest scientific field trip in history was about to begin. The boat glided silently into the calm, sheltered waters of the Gulf of Colony, a massive inland lagoon that cuts deep into the heart of the island of Lesbos. It is a place where the sea feels more like a lake, the water flat and glassy, reflecting the olive groves that tumble down the hillsides to the water's edge. This was not just a change of scenery for Aristotle. It was a change of resolution. He had spent years in Athens debating the nature of the cosmos, and months in Assos navigating the treacherous currents of the politics. Now, he was wading into the mud. He settled in the small town of Pyrrha, a quiet fishing village that seemed to exist on the very edge of the world, far from the shouting of assemblies and the marching of armies. Here, accompanied by his brilliant student and friend Theophrastus, a native of the island who knew every cove, plant, and current, Aristotle began a project that was, in its own way, as ambitious as Alexander's conquest of the East. He decided to inventory the living world. It is difficult for us, living in an age where every child knows what a cell is, to understand the sheer audacity of this moment. There were no textbooks. There were no microscopes. There was no biology. The word didn't even exist. There were only fishermen's tall tales, superstitious myths, and the vague guesses of earlier philosophers who thought humans might have evolved from fish, but didn't bother to check the fish to see if it made sense. Aristotle was the first man in history to look at a sea urchin and ask, "How do you eat? How do you reproduce? What is your purpose?" Picture the scene, for it is one of the most endearing images in the history of science. The man who had walked the marble halls of the academy, the man who wore rings and fine linen, was now standing knee-deep in the lagoon, likely with his robe hiked up around his waist, holding a wriggling cuttlefish in his hands. The local fishermen must have thought he was mad. They caught fish to eat. This strange Macedonian caught them to look at. He would spend hours talking to these men, asking them about the migration patterns of tuna, the mating habits of scallops, the strange noises made by the gurnard. He treated their knowledge with respect, realizing that the men who lived on the water knew secrets that the men in the libraries did not. And then he would go back to his workspace, likely a simple table set up in the cool shade of a fig tree. And he would cut. Dissection was a taboo in Greek culture when it came to humans, but animals were fair game. With a small knife and infinite patience, Aristotle peeled back the layers of reality. He discovered the lantern-like jaw structure of the sea urchin, a detail so precise that biologists today still call it Aristotle's lantern. He observed that the male catfish guards the eggs for 40 days, chasing away predators, a fact that was dismissed as a fable for centuries until modern science proved him right. He noticed that the hectocotylus arm of the octopus was used for reproduction, another observation that 19th century scientists laughed at until they realized, with some embarrassment, that the ancient philosopher had seen more clearly than they had. This was the theory of forms crashing into the wet, slimy truth of matter. Plato had taught that the physical world was a degradation of the ideal, that a starfish was just a bad copy of the idea of a starfish. Aristotle looked at the intricate geometry of the starfish's tube feet and decided that Plato was wrong. Matter was not a degradation. It was a miracle. The form was not up there. It was right here, at work, organizing the flesh, driving the creature to survive. He wrote with a touch of defensive pride, "We must not recoil with childish aversion from the examination of the humbler animals. Every realm of nature is marvelous." It was a plea for the dignity of the physical world. He was finding God in the guts of a snail. But this work was not just a collection of trivia. It was the birth of a system. As he catalogued over 500 different species, he began to see patterns. He saw that animals could be grouped, those with blood and those without, a distinction that roughly mirrors our vertebrates and invertebrates. He saw that dolphins were not fish, for they breathed air and nursed their young, a classification that put him 2,000 years ahead of his time. He was building a mental architecture, a scala naturae, or ladder of life, arranging beings from the simplest sponge up to the complexity of the human being. It is here, in the quiet lagoon, that we see the dual nature of his legacy most clearly. On the one hand, his work was a triumph of empirical truth. He was the first to realize that you cannot understand the world just by thinking about it. You have to touch it. He was the grandfather of every scientist who ever peered into a microscope or tracked a wolfpack through the snow. But on the other hand, his need for hierarchy was relentless. He could not just let the animals be different. He had to rank them. Some were more perfect than others. The warm-blooded were superior to the cold-blooded. The male, he theorized, based on his limited understanding of reproduction, was the active shaping force, while the female was the passive matter. He projected the social structures of Greece onto the biology of the lagoon. The ruler and the ruled were everywhere he looked. The lion ruled the prey, the soul ruled the body, the heat ruled the cold. It was a worldview that made inequality look like a biological necessity. He was constructing a cage of logic that would trap the Western mind for centuries, even as he was handing it the keys to scientific discovery. But let us not dwell on the future consequences yet. Let us stay in the moment. The sun is setting over Lesbos, turning the lagoon into a sheet of hammered copper. Aristotle wipes his hands on a rag, the smell of the sea clinging to his skin. He is tired, but it is a good tiredness, the exhaustion of a man who has seen something new. Beside him, Theophrastus is sketching a plant, the silphium, noting the shape of its leaves. They are two friends, lost in the wonder of the specific. There is a soft humor in their dynamic. Theophrastus, the botanist, obsessed with the quiet life of plants, and Aristotle, the zoologist, fascinated by the moving, eating, fighting life of animals. One prefers the garden, the other the zoo. Together, they are mapping the world. It is a peaceful interlude, perhaps the happiest of Aristotle's life. No kings are asking for advice. No assemblies are voting on his exile. Just the water, the specimens, and the thrill of discovery. But history has a way of finding you, even in a fishing village on an island. The scrolls Aristotle was writing, the history of animals, the parts of animals, were not destined to stay in Lesbos. They were about to travel, and so was he. Across the sea, in the rising power of Macedonia, King Philip was looking for a tutor. He did not want a poet. He did not want a mystic. He wanted the smartest man in the world. He wanted the man who knew how the world worked. And he remembered the physician's son. The quiet days of the lagoon were numbered. A ship was coming, and it carried a summons that would pull Aristotle out of the mud and place him at the right hand of the boy who would become a god. The microscope was about to be swapped for the map of empire. The mud of the lagoon washed off, but the impression it left on Aristotle's mind was permanent. For he realized that the sheer overwhelming abundance of life he had witnessed in Lesbos presented a terrifying problem. The world was too full. It was a riot of shapes, colors, behaviors, and noises, a chaotic marketplace of existence where 1,000 different crabs scuttled over 1,000 different rocks. To a mind that craved order, this infinite variety was not just beautiful, it was a threat. If every single thing is unique, then nothing can be truly known, for you would have to learn the world one object at a time, an impossible task for a mortal life. So, as the evenings drew in and the oil lamps were lit in his study, Aristotle began the great work of mental cleanup. He began to build the boxes. He moved from the observation of biology to the architecture of logic, creating a system of classification that would become the filing cabinet of the Western mind. Imagine him sitting there, surrounded by piles of notes, sketches of octopus arms, and dried botanical specimens, staring at the mess and deciding that it must be tamed. He gave us two words that we still use today, though we have forgotten he invented them as tools of philosophy: genus and species. The genus was the general family, the broad bucket into which you threw things that were somewhat alike. Bird, for example. The species was the specific form, the difference that made a thing what it was: eagle or sparrow. It sounds simple, almost childishly simple, to us now, because we have lived inside his house for so long that we forget it had to be built. But in the 4th century BC, this was a radical act of magic. Aristotle was asserting that despite the chaos of the surface, there was a deep, invisible structure to reality. He was claiming that you could look at a wolf and a dog and say, these are the same but different, and define exactly why. He was inventing the definition itself. To define a thing, he argued, you must say what group it belongs to, and then what makes it special. Man is an animal, he wrote. That is the genus. But he is a rational animal. That is the species. With this simple formula, he believed he could pin down the essence of everything in the universe, trapping it in a web of words so it could never escape. There is a soothing, rhythmic quality to this kind of work, a sense of putting the toys away after a long day of play. One can imagine the satisfaction Aristotle must have felt as he sorted the cosmos. This goes here, that goes there. The whale? It has lungs, so it is not a fish. It goes in the box with the mammals. The bat? A difficult one, a creature of the twilight, neither bird nor mouse. But he found a place for it. He created a place for everything. But this drive to organize was not merely about neatness. It was about hierarchy. This is where the story shifts from the scientific to the political. As Aristotle stacked his boxes, he didn't just place them side by side. He placed them on top of one another. He built a ladder. Later scholars would call it the scala naturae, the great chain of being. At the bottom was inanimate matter, rocks, dirt, water, things that existed but did not live. Above them were plants, which had a vegetative soul, capable of growth but not feeling. Above them were animals, which had a sensitive soul, capable of movement and sensation. And at the very top, alone in the penthouse of nature, was man, possessing the rational soul. It was a pyramid of perfection, rising from the mud to the stars. It is a beautiful structure, elegant and reassuring. It tells us that we matter, that we are the culmination of nature's effort. But it is also a dangerous structure, because once you accept that the world is a ladder, you accept that it is right for the higher to rule the lower. The plant eats the dirt, the animal eats the plant, the man eats the animal. It is not cruelty, it is the cosmic order. And if you look sideways, Aristotle implied, you might see similar ladders within humanity itself. The master rules the slave. The Greek rules the barbarian. The man rules the woman. The logic of the ladder made inequality look like geometry. It took the messy, unfair power dynamics of his time and froze them into eternal truths. Yet even the greatest system builder has moments where the world refuses to fit. There is a gentle, humanizing humor in watching Aristotle wrestle with the problem cases. The ostrich, for example. It has wings, so it should be a bird. But it walks and cannot fly, so it acts like a land animal. Where does it go? Or the seal, which lives in the sea but breathes air and sleeps on land. These creatures were the rebels of his taxonomy, the glorious misfits that refused to stay in their boxes. Aristotle called them dualizers, creatures that straddled two worlds. He was fascinated by them, perhaps because he saw a bit of himself in them. A philosopher who lived in the world of kings, a scientist who lived in the world of myths. He spent nights pacing his room, tweaking the definitions, adding sub-clauses, trying to make the net of language tight enough to catch the whole world. It was an impossible task, of course. The world is fluid, ink is dry. But the effort itself was heroic. He was writing the organon, the toolkit of logic, teaching men how to think clearly. He introduced the syllogism, the three-step dance of reason. All B are A, all C are B. Therefore, all C are A. It was a machine for generating truth. If you put the right facts in the top, the right conclusion would drop out the bottom. It promised a world where arguments could be settled not by who shouted the loudest or who had the biggest sword, but by who followed the rules of thought. It was the ultimate dream of the intellectual, a world governed by mind. But as he sat in his study in Lesbos, organizing the universe into lists, a different kind of order was being built across the sea. King Philip of Macedon was not using syllogisms. He was using the sarissa, a distinctively long pike that allowed his phalanxes to crush their enemies. Philip was building a one out of the many too, but his method was conquest, not categorization. The parallel is striking. Aristotle was conquering the world with his mind, creating a vast empire of knowledge where every fact knelt before the throne of logic. Philip was conquering the world with his army, creating an empire of nations. It was inevitable that these two empires would meet. The man who organized nature was the only one fit to teach the boy who would organize the map. The summons was getting closer. The quiet days of the taxonomy were ending. Aristotle had built the engine of understanding. Now he would be asked to install it in a weapon. As he blew out the lamp, leaving the stacks of parchment in the darkness, the great chain of being stood invisible in the room, a ghostly ladder stretching up into the night. It offered a place for everything, a place for the slave, a place for the king, and a place for the philosopher, standing just to the side, explaining why it all had to be this way. The boxes were ready. The student was waiting. The definition of king was about to be tested against the definition of tyrant, And Aristotle would find that real blood is harder to categorize than ink. The summons did not come as a whisper. It arrived with the heavy thud of a royal seal hitting a wooden table. In 343 BC, a ship bearing the insignia of the Argead dynasty docked in Lesbos, carrying a messenger who likely looked out of place among the fishermen and local merchants. He carried a scroll from King Philip II of Macedon, a man who did not ask for favors but announced his intentions. The letter is famous, perhaps polished by later historians, but the core sentiment rings with the ironclad confidence of a man who owns the world. "Know that a son has been born to me," Philip wrote. "I thank the gods, not so much for his birth, as that he was born in your time. For I hope that your training will make him worthy of us and of the succession to the kingdom." It was a compliment that doubled as a command. Philip was not just a king, he was a force of nature, a man who had taken a fractured backwater kingdom and forged it into the premier military power of Greece. He had lost an eye in battle, a leg was crippled, his body was a map of scars, but his ambition was untouched. He needed a tutor for his heir Alexander, who was now 13 years old, that volatile age when a boy is half child, half man, and entirely dangerous if left unguided. Philip could have chosen anyone. He could have chosen Isocrates, the famous rhetorician of Athens. He could have chosen a Spartan general, but he chose the physician's son, the biologist of Lesbos. Historians still argue over the true motivation behind this choice. Was it purely for Aristotle's intellect? Or was it a political maneuver to keep a prominent Macedonian family close, securing a link to the intellectual elite of the South? Perhaps it was simply because Aristotle knew the secrets of the body, and Philip, a man constantly wounded, respected the authority of the healer's son. For Aristotle, the decision to accept was not simple. He was 41 years old. He had found peace in the lagoon. He had a wife, a daughter, and a life of quiet research. Returning to Macedonia meant returning to the lion's den, to a court known for its violent drinking parties, its treacherous intrigues, and its rough warrior culture. It meant trading the silence of the library for the noise of the barracks. But there was a pull he could not resist. Part of it was duty. His father had served this house. Part of it was undoubtedly vanity. What philosopher could refuse the chance to mold the mind of a future king? But there was also a transaction, a piece of negotiation that reveals the hard-headed pragmatism beneath Aristotle's robes. He did not work for free. He did not want gold. He asked for something far more difficult. He demanded that Philip rebuild Stagira. The king had destroyed Aristotle's hometown years earlier during his campaigns, razing it to the ground and selling its people into slavery. Aristotle's condition for teaching Alexander was simple: bring my city back from the dead. He wanted the walls rebuilt, the citizens freed and returned, the temples restored. It is a stunning request. "I will build you a king," he effectively said, "if you build me a home." Philip, a man who respected audacity, agreed, and so the contract was struck. The philosopher packed his specimens, his scrolls, and his family, and boarded the royal ship. He was leaving the edge of the world to return to its center. The journey to Pella, the capital of Macedonia, was a journey backward in time and forward in power. Pella was not Athens. It did not have the Parthenon's grace or the Agora's democratic buzz. It was a city of new money and old blood, a sprawling grid of wide streets and massive palaces built on the wealth of conquered minds. As Aristotle walked through the palace gates, he would have smelled the difference. The scent of roasting meats, of horses, of unwashed hunting dogs sleeping in the halls. It was a masculine, aggressive atmosphere. Philip's court was a place where men debated with goblets of wine in one hand and spears in the other. Yet into this world walked the dandy from Athens, the man with the lisp and the elegant cloak, armed only with his logic. It must have been a jarring sight. One can imagine the rough Macedonian generals snickering at the scholar until they looked into his eyes and saw a cold, dissecting intelligence that matched their own. Aristotle was not there to be a court jester. He was there to be the architect of a mind. The meeting between Philip and Aristotle would have been a fascinating study in contrasts. The warrior king, loud, boisterous, scarred, vibrating with restless energy, and the philosopher, still, composed, choosing his words with the precision of a surgeon. Philip likely didn't care about the syllogism or the categorization of shellfish. He cared about results. He wanted his son to be sharper than his enemies. He wanted Alexander to possess a weapon that could not be parried, superior understanding. There is a gentle humor in imagining Philip trying to give Aristotle parenting advice. Don't let him read too much poetry, it makes him soft. Or make sure he knows how to ride a horse before you teach him geometry. And Aristotle listening politely, knowing full well he would do exactly as he pleased. The king was handing over his most precious asset, his legacy, to a man who spent his spare time counting the legs of insects. It was a gamble. But the classroom would not be in the noisy palace of Pella. Philip, perhaps realizing that his own chaotic court was no place for study, or perhaps wanting to keep the boy away from the poisonous influence of court politics, assigned them a retreat. He gave them the Nymphaeum at Mieza. It was a sanctuary, a place of caves, springs, and shaded groves, located a short ride from the capital. It was a school of nymphs, a setting that sounds more like a fairy tale than a military academy. Here, away from the drunken feasts and the war councils, Aristotle would create a new kind of academy. He was not just tutoring Alexander. He was tutoring a cohort of young noblemen, the royal pages, the sons of Macedonia's elite, who would grow up to be Alexander's generals. It was a boarding school for conquerors. As Aristotle stood in the quiet groves of Mieza, waiting for his students to arrive, he must have felt the weight of the task. He was about to apply his theories of order, hierarchy, and cause and effect to the most volatile substance on earth, the teenage ego. He had classified the animals of the sea and the plants of the earth. Now, he had to classify the nature of a prince. The boy was coming. Alexander, golden-haired, short-tempered, convinced of his own divine descent, was riding toward Mieza. The man who wanted to explain the world was about to meet the boy who wanted to own it. The lesson plan was blank. The history of the world was waiting to be written in the margins of their conversation. The school of nymphs at Mieza was not a building of brick and mortar. It was a cathedral of geology, a place where the earth itself opened up to provide a shelter for thought. Located in the lush foothills beneath Mount Vermion, it was a landscape of hanging vines, bubbling springs, and limestone caves that remained cool even in the height of the Macedonian summer. Today, if you visit the site, you can still see the stone benches carved directly into the rock face. The very seats where the future masters of the world once sat, listening to the voice of reason. It is a haunting place, filled with the ghosts of potential. Aristotle did not treat this as a typical classroom. He knew he was not teaching scribes or accountants. He was teaching apex predators. Alexander was not alone here. He was surrounded by the royal pages, the sons of the Macedonian aristocracy, who were effectively hostages to ensure their father's loyalty, but who were also being groomed for command. Among them were names that would one day be stamped onto coins and whispered in fear from Egypt to India. Ptolemy, who would found a dynasty of pharaohs. Hephaestion, the other half of Alexander's soul. Cassander, who would one day murder Alexander's family. But in 343 BC, they were just boys. They were teenagers with cracking voices, scabby knees, and boundless energy, wrestling in the grass and daring each other to jump from the high rocks into the springs. There is a gentle, grounding humor in realizing that the men who would carve up the known world likely spent their afternoons snapping towels at each other and complaining about homework. Aristotle was the headmaster of this wolf pack. He had to be more than a lecturer. He had to be a tamer. The curriculum he designed was a strange, potent cocktail of the practical and the poetic. He taught them biology, dragging the princes into the woods to examine the stomach contents of a deer or the leaf structure of a fern. He wanted them to understand that the world was real, that it had rules, that it could be taken apart and put back together. He taught them geography, unrolling maps that showed the edges of the known world, the great rivers of the east, and the mysteries of the ocean that encircled the earth. For Alexander, these were not just lines on parchment. They were an itinerary. But the core of the education was ethical and political. Aristotle introduced them to the idea of the polis, the city-state, and the different ways it could be ruled. Monarchy, aristocracy, democracy. He taught them that a king rules for the benefit of the people, while a tyrant rules for his own pleasure. It was a dangerous distinction to teach the son of Philip, a man who straddled that line every day. Aristotle was trying to install a governor in Alexander's mind, a mechanism of self-control that would check his worst impulses. He preached the doctrine of the golden mean, the idea that virtue is the midpoint between two extremes. Courage is the mean between cowardice and rashness. Generosity is the mean between stinginess and wastefulness. It is a philosophy of balance, of moderation, of calm. And he was trying to teach it to a boy who was, by nature, excessive in everything. Alexander did not want to be moderate. He wanted to be extreme. He wanted to be Achilles. This creates the central tension of the Miesa years. Aristotle held up the model of the rational statesman. Alexander looked past him to the model of the mythic hero. Historians still argue about how much of Aristotle's ethical teaching actually sank in. Did Alexander ignore it, or did he twist it? When Aristotle spoke of magnanimity, the virtue of the great-souled man who cares little for petty honors but demands true respect, Alexander nodded. He liked the sound of being great-souled, but he interpreted it not as a quiet dignity, but as a demand for worship. Yet, despite the friction, a bond formed. Aristotle was the first man to treat Alexander's mind as seriously as his body. Philip trained the boy to fight. Aristotle trained him to think. He gave Alexander a copy of the Iliad, a scroll that the prince would famously keep under his pillow for the rest of his life, alongside a dagger. Aristotle had annotated it personally, turning the poem into a handbook for leadership. He didn't tell Alexander to stop dreaming of Troy. He taught him how to analyze the heroes, how to understand their motivations, their flaws, and their tactics. He used Homer as a case study in human psychology. The days at Mieza must have had a rhythm of their own, mornings of heavy discussion on logic and rhetoric, sitting on the cool stone benches while the cicadas buzzed outside. Afternoons of riding and hunting, where the lessons of biology were applied to the chase. Evenings of symposium, where the boys learned to drink wine, though Aristotle, ever the moderate, likely warned against the Macedonian habit of drinking it unmixed and getting blindly drunk, a warning that Alexander would tragically ignore in later years. The presence of Hephaestion, Alexander's closest companion, added another layer to the dynamic. Aristotle, who understood the power of friendship, would have seen the parallel to Achilles and Patroclus immediately. He did not discourage it. In his Ethics, he would write that true friendship is one soul dwelling in two bodies. He saw that Hephaestion grounded Alexander, kept him human. It was perhaps the only check on the prince's ego that worked better than logic. It is a scene of deceptive tranquility. The sunlight filtering through the leaves, the sound of water trickling over limestone, the murmur of voices discussing the nature of justice. It looks like a retreat, but in reality, it was a forge. Aristotle was hammering the steel that would become the sword of empire. He was teaching them that Greeks were free men capable of reason, while barbarians, the Persians, the Asians, were naturally servile, fitted by nature to be ruled. This is the darkest part of the curriculum. Aristotle gave Alexander the intellectual justification for conquest. He told him that to rule the East was not just a right, but a duty, a way to bring order to chaos. He planted the seed of the idea that the world needed a master. As the years at Mieza drew to a close, and the boys began to grow beards and broaden in the shoulders, the outside world began to intrude. Philip was preparing for his final moves to unite Greece. The idyllic pause was ending. The school of nymphs had done its job. It had produced a young man who could quote Homer while planning a genocide, who could dissect a flower with the same hands that would strangle a satrap. Aristotle looked at his creation, this golden, terrifying, brilliant boy, and perhaps he felt a chill in the cool air of the cave. He had taught him how. He had taught him what, but he could not teach him to stop. The damp moss of the Nymphaeum would soon be traded for the dust of the battlefield. The theory was finished. The practice was about to begin. What this scene quietly reveals is that education does not simply shape ability, it shapes permission. At Mieza, Aristotle did not teach Alexander how to conquer. He taught him why conquest could feel morally necessary. This is a subtle but powerful shift. Many rulers before Alexander had strength. Few had philosophy whispering in their ear. We see echoes of this elsewhere in history. Roman emperors educated in Stoicism learned discipline and duty, yet some used those ideas to justify absolute control. In early modern Europe, Enlightenment ideals were taught to princes who later ruled colonies for their own good. Knowledge, once framed as order versus chaos, becomes a weapon that feels clean in the hand. This matters because Aristotle believed reason would restrain excess, but reason can also organize excess. It can give ambition a vocabulary that sounds calm, ethical, even inevitable. Some historians argue Alexander's violence was driven more by circumstance than schooling, that Mieza merely polished what was already there. Perhaps. Yet ideas rarely create monsters from nothing. They give monsters a mirror in which they look justified. So here is a quiet question to linger on as the water echoes in the cave. When we teach power to think, do we make it wiser, or simply more certain that it is right? The caves of Mieza were cool, but the boy who sat within them burned. Alexander was not merely a student, he was a storm contained in skin. At 15, he possessed a terrifying vitality, a restless energy that made him pace the stone floors while others sat. Aristotle, the man of the middle path, the advocate of the golden mean, found himself entrusted with the education of a youth who knew only extremes. To Alexander, moderation sounded like mediocrity. He did not want to be a balanced man. He wanted to be a god. This fundamental clash of temperaments defined the final year of their time together. It was the ancient world's version of the irresistible force meeting the immovable object, the cool, categorical intellect of the philosopher trying to put a leash on the fiery, boundless ambition of the prince. Aristotle saw the danger early. He saw that Alexander's greatest enemy was not the Persian army, but his own temper. The boy was prone to black rages, sudden explosions of violence that were followed by equally dramatic bouts of weeping and regret. He was a creature of thumos, the spirited part of the soul that seeks glory and reacts with anger when slighted. Aristotle knew that a king ruled by thumos was a tyrant in waiting, and so the lessons shifted from geography to psychology. He tried to teach Alexander the art of self-governance. He who cannot rule himself, Aristotle would have said, his voice level and calm, cutting through the boy's agitation, can never truly rule others. A slave to anger is still a slave, even if he wears a crown. There is a scholarly debate that has simmered for centuries regarding this very moment. Did Aristotle fail? Looking at the later life of Alexander, a man who would kill his friend Clytus in a drunken rage, who would burn the palace of Persepolis on a whim, it is easy to say that the lessons of moderation bounced off him like arrows off a bronze shield. Some historians argue that Aristotle's influence was merely intellectual, giving Alexander the tools to conquer, but not the wisdom to rule. Others, however, suggest that without Aristotle, Alexander would have been a mere butcher. They argue that the flashes of magnanimity, the curiosity about foreign cultures, and the genuine attempts to administer justice were the lingering echoes of the philosopher's voice. Perhaps the truth lies in the tension. Aristotle could not tame the beast, but he taught the beast how to think. He gave Alexander's passion a focus. He took the raw, destructive energy of the prince and channeled it into a laser beam of strategic brilliance. He taught him that anger was a waste of energy unless it had a purpose. One of the most fascinating aspects of their curriculum was the study of medicine. Aristotle, the son of a physician, believed that a leader must understand the body, for an army is nothing but a collection of fragile bodies. He taught Alexander how to diagnose a fever, how to dress a wound, and how to balance the humors of the constitution. Alexander loved this. It appealed to his practical side. There is a story that years later, on the campaign trail in Asia, Alexander would prescribe treatments for his sick generals, writing them detailed letters on what purgatives to take or what diet to follow, signing off with the confidence of a doctor One can imagine Aristotle's wry smile if he had seen those letters, proud that the boy remembered the lessons, but perhaps horrified by the prince practicing medicine without a license. It is a small, humanizing detail. The conqueror of the world fussing over his best friend's digestion because his tutor once told him that a healthy gut creates a clear mind. But there were areas where the teacher and student drifted apart. Aristotle had strong opinions on music. He believed that certain melodies calmed the soul, while others, particularly the frantic, emotional music of the flute, were dangerous and destabilizing. He famously disapproved of the aulos, the double flute, because playing it distorted the face and prevented the player from speaking. To Aristotle, anything that stopped a man from speaking, from using his logos, was to be avoided. Alexander, however, loved the dramatic. He loved the emotional swell. He didn't want music to calm him down. He wanted music that made his blood sing. There is a gentle humor in picturing the teenager rolling his eyes as his tutor lectured him on the moral dangers of a catchy tune. It is the eternal struggle of the older generation trying to explain to the younger why their music is just noise. But for Aristotle, it was serious. Aesthetics were ethics. What you listened to shaped who you became. He was trying to curate the soundtrack of Alexander's soul, fearing that a discordant note would lead to a discordant reign. The tension came to a head in their discussions of the barbarian. This was the central dogma of the Greek world, and Aristotle was its high priest. He taught Alexander that humanity was divided into two species: Greeks, who were free, rational, and masculine, and barbarians, everyone else, who were slavish, irrational, and effeminate. He advised Alexander to treat the Greeks as a leader treats his friends, and the barbarians as a master treats his plants or animals. It was a clear, sharp line in the sand. But Alexander, even at 16, was beginning to look at the map and see something different. He saw the vastness of Persia, the wealth of Egypt, the mystery of India. He wondered if the line was really that sharp. He wondered if a barbarian could be brave. He wondered if the world was bigger than Aristotle's boxes. Here, the student would eventually surpass the master, or at least deviate from him radically. Alexander would go on to try to marry the East and West, to blend the cultures, to wear Persian robes, and adopt foreign customs. An act of cosmopolitanism that would have horrified the man who taught him in the caves. Aristotle gave him the map, but Alexander decided to erase the borders. The end of the Medes years came abruptly, as all childhoods do. In 340 BC, King Philip was heading off to besiege the cities of Perinthus and Byzantium. He needed someone to watch the throne. He didn't choose a general. He chose his 16-year-old son. The summons arrived at the Nymphaeum. "Come home. You are regent." The books were closed. The specimens were packed away. The school of nymphs was dissolved. Aristotle must have watched the preparations with a heavy heart. He saw the boy strapping on his armor, the excitement flushing his cheeks, the sudden hardening of his jaw. The theory was over. The experiment was about to be tested in the real world. As Alexander mounted his horse, Bucephalus, the beast only he could ride, he was no longer the student. He was the master of Macedonia. Aristotle remained behind for a moment, standing in the entrance of the cave, listening to the hoofbeats fade into the distance. He had done his best. He had poured the sum of Greek wisdom into a vessel that was perhaps too hot to hold it. He had tried to tame the great beast of ambition with the fragile net of logic. As the dust settled on the road to Pella, he must have wondered, had he created a philosopher king, or had he just armed a monster with rhetoric? The answer would be written in blood across 3 continents. The lesson was finished. The war was beginning. There is an image that has haunted historians for 23 centuries. A tableau so perfect, it feels like an invention of a screenwriter. Yet it is recorded as fact by those who knew him. It is the image of Alexander, the man who would conquer the known world, asleep in his military tent. Under his pillow, tucked away where he could reach them instantly in the dark, lay 2 objects. One was a dagger, cold, sharp, and practical. The other was a scroll of the Iliad, a weapon to take life, and a story to explain why. This specific scroll was not an ordinary copy bought in the market stalls of Athens. It was a bespoke edition, meticulously corrected and annotated by the hand of Aristotle himself. Scholars call it the recension of the casket, named for the jeweled box Alexander would later find among the treasures of the Persian kings to house it. But in these early days, it was just the book. It was the most dangerous gift a teacher ever gave a student. By placing the story of the Trojan War in the hands of a boy who already believed he was descended from Achilles, Aristotle was not just teaching literature. He was pouring gasoline on a fire. To understand why this matters, we must shed our modern view of the Iliad. To us, it is a masterpiece of poetry, a dense text we struggle through in school. To the Greeks, and specifically to Alexander, it was the Bible, a history book, and a manual of conduct rolled into one. It defined what it meant to be a man. It defined arete, excellence. When Aristotle sat with the young prince, unrolling the papyrus, he wasn't discussing metaphors or meter. He was discussing the anatomy of greatness. He was pointing to the text and asking, "See here, how Agamemnon fails because he disrespects the honor of his best soldier. Do not do this." Or, "See here, how Nestor calms the angry captains with wisdom. Learn this." Aristotle used the poem as a simulation, a way to run war games in the mind before the real blood was shed. He treated Homer as a repository of empirical data on human leadership. But there is a risk in using myth as a textbook. You can teach a boy to analyze Achilles, but you cannot stop him from wanting to be Achilles. Aristotle, with his deep distrust of excess, likely tried to steer Alexander toward the character of Odysseus, the wily strategic thinker who used his brain to solve problems that brawn could not. Odysseus was the hero of the intellect, the man of many turns, the survivor. He was an Aristotelian hero, but Alexander's heart beat for the other one. He wanted the glory of Achilles, the short, burning life that blazes across history like a comet. He didn't want to survive. He wanted to be immortal. One can imagine the quiet tension in the room as they read. Aristotle pointing out a subtle piece of diplomacy, and Alexander's eyes drifting to the descriptions of the armor, the chariots, the sheer visceral thrill of the duel. The teacher was trying to create a statesman. The poem was creating a warrior. It is said that Aristotle even taught Alexander which specific passages to memorize, creating a sort of highlight reel of virtue. But a reader brings their own soul to the text. Where Aristotle saw a warning about the destructive cost of anger, Alexander saw a roadmap to godhood. This education was put to a sudden, violent test in 340 BC. King Philip was away besieging Byzantium, a difficult and grinding campaign that kept him occupied for months. He left Alexander, just 16 years old, in charge of Macedonia as regent. It was a test. Philip wanted to see if the philosophy lessons had made the boy soft or sharp. He didn't have to wait long. A Thracian tribe called the Maidi, sensing weakness in the king's absence, rose in revolt on the northern border. It was a classic moment of crisis. A teenage ruler, an empty throne, a barbarian uprising. Most regents would have sent for the king. Alexander did not. He looked at the map, perhaps seeing it through the lens of the geography lessons he had absorbed in the caves. He gathered the remaining troops, the leftovers of the army, and marched north. He did not just defeat the Maidi, he erased them. He stormed their city, drove out the population, and replaced them with a mix of loyal populations he brought in from elsewhere. And then, in a gesture of breathtaking audacity that must have made Philip laugh and Aristotle frown, he renamed the city. He didn't name it after his father. He didn't name it after a god. He called it Alexandropolis, city of Alexander. He was 16. It was an act of ego so profound it signaled to the world that the boy was done waiting. He was writing his name on the earth itself. When the news reached Aristotle, he must have recognized the symptom. This was the Iliad coming to life. This was the hero carving his identity into the landscape. It was impressive, certainly, but it was not moderate. It was the first sign that the golden mean was going to be trampled under the hooves of Bucephalus. Yet Aristotle did not withdraw his support. He understood that a king must be a symbol. He continued to advise, to write, to guide. He knew that the Iliad also contained lessons on the tragedy of war, on the grief of Priam kissing the hands of the man who killed his son. He hoped that Alexander would absorb the pity along with the glory. There is a scholarly debate about whether Aristotle personally edited the text to make it more monarchist, emphasizing the lines where Homer says, "A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one Lord, one king." If he did, he was handing Alexander the justification for absolute rule. It suggests that Aristotle, despite his preference for constitutional government among Greeks, believed that for the chaotic, sprawling world of the East, a single strong hand was necessary. He was tailoring his philosophy to fit the vessel. The scroll of the casket became a talisman. Alexander would carry it across the Hellespont, through the deserts of Egypt, and into the mountains of Afghanistan. It would become ragged, stained with the dust of Asia, its edges freeing from constant use. But he never let it go. It was his connection to his teacher, and his connection to his destiny. It is a poignant detail that amidst the plunder of empires, the gold, the silks, and the jewels, the thing Alexander valued most was a battered roll of papyrus covered in his tutor's handwriting. It suggests a loneliness at the heart of the conqueror. He was surrounded by generals who wanted land and soldiers who wanted pay. But in the quiet of the night, by the light of a flickering oil lamp, he could open the scroll and converse with the only two people he truly respected, Achilles and Aristotle. The myth and the logic, the passion, the reason. The dagger lay next to it, the symbol of the reality he lived in. A world where friends betray you, where enemies wait in the dark, where power is held by the edge of a blade. Aristotle knew about the dagger too. He knew that knowledge without power is helpless, just as he would eventually learn that power without wisdom is destructive. The pairing of those two objects under the pillow is the perfect summary of their relationship. Aristotle provided the software. The dagger provided the hardware. Together, they created a machine that changed history. But machines do not have consciences. As the regency ended and Philip returned, looking at his son with a mixture of pride and unease, the stage was set for the final act of the Macedonian drama. The boy had played at war with the Maidi. Now the real war was coming. The Greeks were gathering in the south, making their stand. The Iliad was about to be reenacted, not on the plains of Troy, but on the fields of Boeotia. And Aristotle, the man of peace, the man of biology, watched from the wings, knowing that he had helped sharpen the blade that was about to fall. The lessons were over. The scroll was rolled up. The dagger was drawn. The summer of 336 BC was heavy with heat and hubris. In the ancient capital of Aegae, the air smelled of roasting meat, unwashed crowds, and the expensive perfumes of visiting diplomats. King Philip II was at the height of his power. He had united Greece under the League of Corinth. He had prepared the invasion force for Persia, and he was now celebrating the wedding of his daughter. It was meant to be the crowning moment of a glorious reign, a spectacle of unity and strength. But history, as Aristotle knew, rarely moves in a straight line. It zigs and zags with the unpredictable violence of the human heart. The theater at Aegae was packed. The sun beat down on the white stone. Philip, dressed in white robes, walked into the arena alone. He had sent his bodyguards away, a gesture of supreme confidence. He wanted to show the Greeks that he was not a tyrant who needed protection, but a beloved leader who walked among his people. It was a theatrical calculation, a syllogism of power. I am safe because I am loved. But the premise was false. From the shadows of the entrance, a young man named Pausanias lunged forward. He was one of Philip's own bodyguards, a man consumed by a personal grievance that had festered into a murderous rage. The details of the grudge, a sordid tale of sexual abuse and dishonor ignored by the king, were the kind of messy, irrational particulars that Aristotle knew could topple empires. Pausanias did not care about geopolitics. He cared about revenge. In a heartbeat, the Celtic dagger he had hidden in his cloak was buried in Philip's ribs. The king fell. The white robe turned red. The architect of the Macedonian Empire, the man who had redrawn the map of the world, died in the dirt of a theater, killed not by a Persian army, but by a jilted lover. Chaos erupted. The screams of the crowd, the rush of guards, the desperate flight of the assassin who tripped on a vine and was speared to death before he could stand. It was a scene of absolute disorder. In that swirling vortex of panic, one figure stood still. Alexander. He was 20 years old. He did not weep. He did not freeze. He acted with the cold, terrifying speed that would define his entire life. He stepped into the vacuum left by his father's body. He was acclaimed king on the spot. The blood of his father likely still on his sandals. This was the moment the school of nymphs was truly tested. Aristotle had taught him that the state requires stability above all else. Alexander understood. He knew that a transfer of power is the most dangerous moment in the life of a kingdom. He moved immediately to secure the throne, and his method was not debate. It was elimination. The purge that followed was clinical. Potential rivals, cousins with a claim to the throne, and anyone suspected of conspiring with the assassin were rounded up and executed. It was a brutal application of political logic. To secure the one, the many had to be silenced. Aristotle, watching from the distance, either physically present or receiving the news in Pella, must have felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He had written about the causes of revolution, the stasis that destroys cities. He had classified the reasons why tyrants fall, hatred and contempt. Now he was seeing his theories played out in real time. But there was a darker shadow hanging over the events. Rumors whispered through the palace corridors like a draft. Was Pausanias truly acting alone? Or had he been nudged? Some eyes turned to Olympias, Alexander's mother, a woman of fierce intellect and terrifying ambition who had been cast aside by Philip for a younger wife. Some eyes even dared to glance at Alexander himself. Had the student decided that the old king was taking too long to leave the stage? Aristotle, the man of logic, would have analyzed the variables. Cui bono? Who benefits? Alexander benefited most, but Aristotle was also a pragmatist. He knew that some questions are too dangerous to ask. If he suspected his pupil of patricide, he buried the thought deep in the silence of his own mind. To speak it was to die. The dynamic between the two men shifted overnight. Alexander was no longer the boy with the Iliad under his pillow. He was the king of kings. He did not need a tutor. He needed generals. He needed soldiers. He needed logistics. The relationship of authority was inverted. Aristotle was now a subject. Alexander was the sovereign. The lessons were over. There is a poignant sense of obsolescence in this moment for the philosopher. He had done his job. The weapon was forged. Now, the weapon was leaving the armory. Alexander wasted no time. He confirmed the invasion of Persia. He burned Thebes to the ground when it dared to revolt, a horrific act of destruction that sent a message to all of Greece. I am not Philip. Philip was a politician. I am a force of nature. The destruction of Thebes, a city of deep history and culture, must have horrified Aristotle. It was a violation of the golden mean on a grand scale. It was excess. It was hubris. But it worked. Greece fell silent. And so, the paths of the two men diverged forever. Alexander turned his face towards the Hellespont, toward the east, towards the endless horizon of conquest. He would take his army, his historians, his surveyors, and his poets. He would take the copy of Homer, but he would not take Aristotle. The philosopher was left behind in the wake of the hurricane. He was 48 years old. He was a foreigner in a land that was now moving on without him. The court at Pella, once the center of his world, was emptying out as the war machine rolled east. There was nothing left for him in Macedonia. The city of Stagira was rebuilt. Yes, Philip had kept his promise. But it was a small pond for a whale of an intellect. Aristotle felt the pull of the old magnet. Athens, the city that had rejected him, the city that had shaped him, the city that was still the only place on earth where a man could truly think. He decided to return, but he would not return as a student, nor as a shadow of Plato. He would return as a master in his own right. He would build his own school. He would not hide in the olive groves of the academy, discussing the invisible world. He would plant his flag in the heart of the city, in a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lysius, the wolf god. He would build the Lyceum. As Alexander marched off to dismantle the Persian Empire, Aristotle prepared to march back to Athens to dismantle the structure of human ignorance. The sword went east. The pen went south. The two greatest powers of the age, the conqueror and the categorizer, turned their backs on each other and walked away, each to build an empire that would outlast the other. The king was dead. Long live the king, and in the quiet dust of the road to Athens, long live the mind. When Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 BC, he was 50 years old. The grey was beginning to touch his beard, and the fire of youth had settled into the steady, glowing coal of middle age. He was no longer the brilliant student trying to impress a master, nor the courtier trying to tame a prince. He was a man in his prime, possessed of a singular vision, and crucially, the resources to execute it. Athens, however, was a city holding its breath. The news from the east was a constant drumbeat of Macedonian victories. Alexander had crossed the Hellespont. He had smashed the Persian satraps at the Granicus River. He was cutting the Gordian knot. To the Athenians, these victories were bittersweet. They were Greek victories, yes, but they were won by a king they feared and despised. Aristotle walked into this atmosphere of tension like a man walking into a room filled with gunpowder, carrying a lit torch. He was the Macedonians' friend. He was the tutor of the conqueror. Every step he took in the agora was watched. Every conversation was noted. But Aristotle did not hide. He did not retreat to a quiet country estate. Instead, he did something audacious. He opened a school. But he did not return to the academy. That ground was hallowed, haunted by the ghost of Plato, and currently run by Xenocrates, his old travel companion. Going back would have meant submitting to the old ways, the old arguments about numbers and forms. Aristotle was done with the old ways. He needed a new space for a new kind of thinking. He found it in the northeast of the city, just outside the Diacares Gate. It was a public gymnasium, a leafy, shaded park dedicated to Apollo Lycaeus, Apollo, the wolf god. This was the Lyceum. It was a place where the young men of Athens came to strip down, oil their bodies, and wrestle in the dirt, training for war and sport. It was a place of sweat, shouting, and physical exertion. To choose this spot for a school of philosophy was a statement in itself. Plato's academy had been a grove of olives, a place of semi-religious retreat. The Lyceum was a place of the body. It was public. It was gritty. It was alive. Because Aristotle was a metic, a resident alien, he could not legally own the land or the buildings. He could not build a temple to wisdom. So he simply rented the space. He occupied the colonnades, the covered walkways, and the garden paths. It was a makeshift university, a squatter's empire of the mind. But what it lacked in architecture, it made up for in ambition. This was not just a school. It was the world's first research institute. Imagine the transformation of the space. In the mornings, while the athletes were scraping the oil from their skin with bronze trigils, Aristotle and his students were scraping the secrets from the universe. They were turning the gymnasium into a factory of facts. This is the crucial difference between the Lyceum and everything that came before it. The academy was about dialectic, the art of arguing to find the truth. The Lyceum was about collection. Aristotle believed that before you could understand the world, you had to catalogue it. You couldn't just theorize about the ideal state. You had to look at the actual states that existed. So, he set his students a task that sounds terrifying in its scale. Collect everything. He sent them out to gather the constitutions of and 58 different Greek city-states. They interviewed citizens, copied laws, and recorded customs. They were building a database of human politics. He sent them to the theaters to compile the records of every play ever performed in Athens, the didascalii, creating the first history of theater. He sent them to the fish markets, the marshes, and the mountains to continue the biological work started in Lesbos. The Lyceum became a beehive of activity, a place where scrolls were piling up in the rented rooms like drifts of snow. Aristotle stood at the center of this whirlwind, the calm eye of the storm. He was the director of research, the editor-in-chief, the final judge. He was organizing the labor of the mind. It is a modern concept, this idea of collaborative science. Before Aristotle, philosophy was a lonely business. A sage sat on a rock and thought. Aristotle realized that the world was too big for one brain. You needed a team, you needed a system, and you needed money. This is where the shadow of Alexander returns. History tells us that the king sent his old tutor a massive sum. Some sources say 800 talents, a figure so astronomical it is likely an exaggeration, but it represents a truth. The Lyceum was well funded. It had maps, it had specimens, it had a library that dwarfed anything Athens had ever seen. There is a delicious irony here. The conquest of the East was paying for the analysis of the West. The gold looted from Persian palaces was buying the papyrus on which Aristotle wrote his ethics. The violence of the sword was subsidizing the peace of the pen. Aristotle, the pragmatist, likely saw no contradiction. If the world is a hierarchy, then the wealth of the king exists to support the wisdom of the philosopher. It was the natural flow of resources. The atmosphere of the Lyceum was distinct. It was not a place of hushed reverence. It was a place of walking. Aristotle, perhaps finding that his mind worked better when his legs were moving, developed the habit of lecturing while pacing up and down the peripatos, the covered colonnade of the gymnasium. His students would trail behind him, a flock of young intellectuals trying to keep up with his stride and his logic. They became known as the peripatetics, the walkers. It is a lovely image to hold in your mind as you drift towards sleep. The rhythmic crunch of sandals on gravel, the dappled sunlight filtering through the pillars, the voice of the master rising and falling as he dissects the nature of time, or the logic of a sentence, or the anatomy of a bee. The movement was part of the method. Thinking was not a static pose, it was a journey. You had to move through the argument. You had to traverse the landscape of the idea. But there was also a domestic side to this new life. Aristotle was not living in the gymnasium. He had a house in the city where he lived with Pythias. But tragedy, the great interrupter of order, struck again. Pythias died. We do not know the cause, only the silence she left behind. The woman who had been his link to Hermias, his partner in the wild years of Assos, was gone. Aristotle, the man who defined the soul as the form of the body, was left with the formless void of grief. He honored her memory with a devotion that surprised his critics. But he was a man who needed companionship. He eventually formed a relationship with a woman named Herpyllis. She was a slave, likely from his own household, whom he later freed. It was an irregular union by Athenian standards, but Aristotle, true to his nature, did not care about convention. He cared about function. She cared for him. She gave him a son, whom he named Nicomachus, after his father. This boy, the little Nicomachus, would one day lend his name to his father's greatest work on ethics, the Nicomachean Ethics. It is a touching legacy, a book about how to live a good life, dedicated to the son he hoped would live one. So we see Aristotle in these middle years, a man fully engaged with the machinery of existence. He is running a university, managing a family, advising a distant king, and writing the books that will define Western civilization. He is a busy man. But in the quiet moments, perhaps standing in the Lyceum garden as the evening falls and the athletes have gone home, he must have looked at the collection of specimens growing on the shelves, the dried plants, the bones, the rocks, and felt a strange sense of urgency. The boxes were filling up, the system was working, but the world kept producing new things. Alexander was sending back reports of strange beasts in the east, elephants, tigers, spices that burned the tongue. The map was expanding faster than the library could catch up. The race between the conqueror and the classifier was speeding up, and in the distance, the thunder of history was getting louder. But here, under the trees of the wolf god, there was still a sanctuary of reason. Here, a question could be asked and answered without blood. Here, the mind was still free to walk. The rhythm of the Lyceum was the rhythm of the footstep. In the modern world, we associate learning with sitting, the rigid chair, the heavy desk, the stillness of the body as the mind tries to fly. But Aristotle knew that the human animal was not designed to be stationary. He understood that the blood must flow for the thoughts to spark. And so, the philosophy of the Lyceum was a philosophy in motion. Imagine the sound that defined this place. Not the scratching of pens, but the crunch of leather sandals on raked gravel. It was a rhythmic, hypnotic sound, a metronome for the intellect. The peripatos, the covered colonnade that ran along the edge of the gymnasium, became the most famous classroom in history, though it had no walls and no door. Here, Aristotle would lead his students, pacing back and forth, measuring out the arguments with his stride. The movement served a purpose. It kept the energy high. It prevented the drowsy nod of the lecture hall. It made the acquisition of knowledge a physical act, a hunting-gathering of the truth. To walk with Aristotle was to try and keep pace with the fastest mind in Greece. And one can imagine the students jostling slightly, leaning in to catch the words over the noise of the wrestlers in the courtyard or the wind in the plane trees. The school day was divided by the sun. The mornings were for the initiated, for the inner circle. This was the time of the achromatic lectures, a word that whispers of secrets and complexity. These walks were not for the casual listener. They were deep dives into the hardest subjects: physics, metaphysics, logic, and the intricate details of biology. Here, Aristotle did not simplify. He spoke to his students as equals, dismantling the nature of being or the mechanics of the syllogism with a relentless technical precision. These were the texts that would eventually become the dense, difficult treatises we struggle with today. They were never meant to be books read in silence. They were lecture notes, the skeletal structure of a living conversation that zigzagged through the colonnade. If you were walking in the morning shift, you were expected to work. You were expected to challenge, to interject, to pull the thread until the knot unraveled. It was a mental gymnasium, as grueling and sweaty in its own way as the wrestling pit next door. But as the sun crossed the zenith and the shadows lengthened in the afternoon, the mood shifted. The gates were thrown open to a wider audience. These were the exoteric lectures, the outside teachings. The topics became more accessible: rhetoric, politics, poetry, the art of living well. Merchants, politicians, and curious citizens would wander in from the city, joining the walking crowd. Aristotle, ever the adapter, would shift his tone. The technical jargon was replaced by elegant metaphors. The dry logic was seasoned with examples from history and myth. He was teaching the city how to think. He was demystifying philosophy, taking it out of the ivory tower and placing it in the hands of the man who ran the olive press, or the man who argued in the assembly. It was a generous act. Plato had kept the secrets of the academy behind high walls, accessible only to those who knew geometry. Aristotle offered a path for the ordinary man to understand his own life. He believed that all men by nature desire to know, not just the geniuses. Yet the Lyceum was more than just a walking tour. It was a community of living, established by a set of rules that Aristotle drafted himself. He knew that men, like chemicals, react when mixed, and he wanted the reaction to be stable. He instituted the syssitia, the common meal. Every 10 days, a different student was elected as the archon, the ruler of the dining table. It was a brilliant pedagogical trick. By forcing the students to take turns managing the wine, the food, and the behavior of their peers, he was training them in the microcosm of the state. Today, you rule the table. Tomorrow, you might rule Athens. He taught them that governance begins with the small things, keeping the cups filled but not overflowing, keeping the conversation spirited but not violent. There were laws for the symposium, rules for how to joke and how to disagree. Aristotle was teaching the golden mean, not just as a theory, but as a table manner. He wanted them to be eutrapelos, witty, versatile, able to turn a phrase without causing pain. He was polishing the rough stones of the Macedonian and Athenian youth into gems of civilized society. And at the heart of this bustling, walking, dining community sat the library. This was Aristotle's true fortress. In a world where books were rare, hand-copied treasures, he had amassed a collection that was legendary. He taught his students how to use it. This sounds trivial to us, but it was revolutionary. He taught them to cross-reference. He taught them to look up what others had said before forming their own opinion. He was creating the first literature review. Before you start a new theory on the soul, he would insist, go to the shelf and read what Thales, Heraclitus, and Plato said. Don't start from zero. Stand on the shoulders of the dead. The library was the anchor that kept the peripatetics from floating away into pure fantasy. It was the memory of the school. One can imagine the smell of that room, the musty scent of old papyrus, the sharp tang of cedar oil used to preserve the scrolls, the dust motes dancing in the shafts of light. It was a quiet engine room where the fuel for the morning walks was prepared. There is a scholarly debate about the authorship of the massive amount of work that poured out of the Lyceum during these years. Did Aristotle write every word of the history of animals or the constitutions? Or was he the CEO of a writing factory, outlining the projects and editing the work of his students? The answer is likely the latter. He was the conductor. The students were the orchestra. But the music was undeniably Aristotelian. The obsession with classification, the dry, objective tone, the relentless hunt for the cause, it all bore his stamp. He was multiplying his mind, creating a generation of thinkers who looked at the world through his eyes. They were the Aristotelians, not because they worshipped him, but because they used his operating system. As the sun set over the gymnasium, and the athletes washed the dirt from their bodies, and the philosophers rolled up their scrolls, there must have been a profound sense of satisfaction. The world was being captured. The chaos of nature was being penned into the order of the page. Aristotle would walk home to Herpyllis and his children, his mind likely still whirring with the day's debates. He was living the life he advocated in his ethics, a life of activity in accordance with reason. He was happy, but outside the sanctuary of the wolf god, the world was not acting in accordance with reason. The letters from Alexander were becoming less frequent and colder. The reports from the East spoke of a king who was beginning to demand that men prostrate themselves before him. A king who was drinking too much, a king who was forgetting the golden mean. The walking school was finding its rhythm, but the marching army was losing its way. The distance between the teacher and the student was no longer just geographical. It was metaphysical. Aristotle was building a world of logic. Alexander was building a world of will. And as every historian knows, will usually crushes logic until the bill comes due. To enter the mind of Aristotle in his mature years is to enter a vast, dimly lit warehouse where every object in the universe has been tagged, numbered, and placed on a specific shelf. In the Lyceum, the project was no longer just about observation. It was about total, absolute synthesis. Aristotle was attempting something that no human being had ever dared before, and perhaps has never successfully done since. He was trying to write the encyclopedia of everything. Today, we have Wikipedia, we have Google, we have libraries with millions of volumes. We are used to the idea that knowledge is fragmented, that no single person can know it all. But Aristotle did not accept this fragmentation. He believed that the universe was a single, coherent system, and therefore the knowledge of it could be unified into a single, coherent body of work. He sat down to write the script of reality. What emerged from the scriptorium of the Lyceum was the corpus Aristotelicum, a staggering output that covers logic, physics, astronomy, meteorology, biology, psychology, ethics, politics, rhetoric, and poetics. It is estimated that what we possess today, about 30 treatise-length books, is only 1/5 of what he actually wrote. The sheer volume is exhausting to contemplate. It suggests a man who was terrified of leaving anything out, a man who felt that if a fact was not written down, it might vanish into the ether of forgetfulness. He was the archivist of existence, but he did not just pile facts into a heap. He built a structure. He divided human knowledge into 3 great kingdoms, a classification that universities still largely follow today. First, there were the theoretical sciences, knowledge for its own sake. This was the high ground: physics, the study of nature; mathematics; and theology, the study of the divine. Second, there were the practical sciences, knowledge for the sake of doing. This was the messy, human stuff: ethics, how to be good, and politics, how to rule. And third, there were the productive sciences, knowledge for the sake of making. This was art, rhetoric, and engineering. It was a hierarchy, of course. For Aristotle, thinking about the stars was nobler than thinking about a bridge, because the stars were eternal, and the bridge would rot. But he respected the bridge. He gave it a place. This act of division was a profound exercise of power. By deciding where a subject belonged, Aristotle was deciding how it should be studied and who should study it. He was drawing the borders of the intellectual map. At the very heart of this system lay a set of scrolls that Aristotle didn't even have a name for. He simply called them First Philosophy. Later editors, organizing his works centuries after his death, placed these scrolls after the books on physics, the Physica. So they labeled them the Meta, the Physica, the ones after the physics. Thus, the word metaphysics was born not from a deep mystical insight, but from a librarian's filing decision. Yet the content was anything but mundane. In these dense, difficult texts, Aristotle hunted for the ultimate cause of the universe. He asked, what moves the stars? What started the motion of the cosmos? He reasoned that there must be something that moves other things without moving itself, a force that pulls the universe toward it, like a lover pulls the beloved. He called this the unmoved mover. It was his version of God, not a Zeus throwing lightning bolts, not a deity you could pray to, but a pure, cold, perfect intellect that spent eternity thinking about itself. It was the capstone of his pyramid. The world was a machine of desire, with every rock, plant, and animal striving to imitate the perfection of this distant, silent God. It is a breathtaking concept, the universe powered by attraction, by a cosmic love for order. However, we must address the style of these writings. If you pick up a copy of the Metaphysics or the Physics expecting a page-turner, you will be disappointed. The prose is dry, terse, and repetitive. It is dense with jargon. There is a famous description by the Roman statesman Cicero, who claimed that Aristotle's writing was a river of gold, flowing with eloquence and grace. When modern scholars read this, they were baffled. Where was the gold? We are reading dust. The answer, historians believe, is that we have lost the polished works. The river of gold refers to the dialogues and popular essays Aristotle wrote for the public, the ones that competed with Plato's poetry. Those are gone, turned to ash in the fires of history. What we have left, the corpus, are the lecture notes. We are reading the cheat sheets of the professor, the jagged shorthand reminders he used to guide his walking seminars. We are seeing the skeleton of his thought without the flesh. In a way, this is more intimate. We are seeing the mind at work, stripping away the decoration to get to the bone of the argument. We see him wrestling with definitions, saying, or rather, let us put it this way, correcting himself in real time. It is the raw footage of genius. One of the most powerful tools he invented in this quest for order was the doctrine of the four causes. To understand anything, Aristotle argued, you must answer four questions about it. Take a bronze statue of a hero. First, the material cause. What is it made of? Bronze. Second, the formal cause. What is its shape? The shape of the hero. Third, the efficient cause. Who made it? The sculptor. And fourth, the final cause. Why was it made? To honor the hero. Aristotle applied this grid to everything, to a liver, to a tragedy, to a state. The most important one, the one that obsessed him, was the fourth, the final cause, the telos, purpose. Nothing in Aristotle's universe is accidental. The rain does not fall just because of physics. It falls to water the crops. A debatably optimistic view, but one he held. The teeth grow sharp not by chance, but to tear meat. This teleology, the study of purpose, gave the world a sense of meaning that science has spent the last few centuries trying to remove. For Aristotle, the universe was not a cold, empty place. It was a place where everything had a job to do. But there is a shadow in this encyclopedia. By defining the nature of things so rigidly, Aristotle locked them in. If the nature of a stone is to fall, it cannot rise. If the nature of a slave is to serve, he cannot rule. If the nature of a woman is to be passive, she cannot lead. The encyclopedia was not just a description, it became a prison. For 2,000 years, arguments against social change were rooted in Aristotle's definitions. You cannot change the order of things, men would say, pointing to his scrolls. It is against nature. The man who sought to explain the world ended up creating the ultimate justification for keeping it exactly the way it was. He froze the status quo in ink as the stacks of papyrus grew higher in the Lyceum, filling the shelves with the anatomy of bees and the history of constitutions. Aristotle must have felt a profound sense of completion. He was building a wall of knowledge against the chaos of the unknown. He was proving that the mind could contain the world. But outside the walls of the Lyceum, the world was becoming increasingly uncontainable. Alexander was in India now, facing war elephants and monsoon rains, pushing into lands that didn't fit on Aristotle's maps. The conqueror was encountering naked philosophers, the gymnosophists, who laughed at his armor and asked why he wanted to own the earth. Back in Athens, the anti-Macedonian sentiment was rising again, a tide of anger that viewed the Lyceum not as a library, but as a Macedonian outpost. Aristotle was organizing the universe, but he was losing his grip on the moment. The unmoved mover might sit in eternal perfection, but Aristotle was a mortal man moving through a dangerous time. The encyclopedia was almost finished, but the final chapter, the chapter on his own fate, was yet to be written. The ink was wet, but the poison was being brewed. If you were to stand in the center of the Lyceum in the year 330 BC, amidst the scratching of reed pens and the murmur of debates, you would eventually hear a phrase that has echoed through the corridors of every parliament, congress, and city hall for 2,000 years. Man, Aristotle would say, pausing in his walk to look his students in the eye, is by nature a political animal. Zone politikon. It is one of those famous quotes that gets printed on t-shirts and coffee mugs, usually interpreted as humans like to hang out in groups or humans enjoy politics. But Aristotle meant something far more specific and far more binding. He meant that a human being is simply not a human being if they are alone. A bee without a hive is not really a bee. It is a tragedy waiting to die. A man without a city, he wrote, is either a beast or a god. He is either below humanity or above it, but he is not part of it. We are designed, down to the very structure of our throats, for the polis. We have voice, logos, not just to cry out in pain like a dog, but to discuss what is just and what is unjust. And because we have this voice, we belong to the state. The state, in Aristotle's view, is not a contract we sign for convenience. It is not a service provider we pay to pick up the trash. It is a biological necessity. It comes before the individual, just as the whole body comes before the hand. If you cut off a hand, it is no longer a hand. It is just a piece of rotting flesh. If you cut a man off from his city, he loses his definition. This idea that the community is more important than the individual is the bedrock of Aristotle's political theory. And it is here that the modern listener might feel a slight shiver of discomfort. We live in an age that celebrates the rebel, the maverick, the lone wolf. Aristotle would have looked at a lone wolf and seen a failure. His vision of the perfect society was not a place of absolute freedom, but a place of absolute function. He spent years analyzing the pile of 158 constitutions his students had collected, sifting through the laws of Sparta, Crete, Carthage, and Athens, looking for patterns. He was the pathologist of the state, trying to understand why some cities thrived and others collapsed into civil war. He wasn't looking for a utopia. He was looking for stability. And what he found was a cycle of decay that terrified him. He categorized governments with the same cool detachment he used for sea urchins. There were 3 good forms and 3 corrupted forms. If one man ruled for the good of all, it was a monarchy. But if he ruled for himself, it became a tyranny. If the best men ruled for the good of all, it was an aristocracy. But if they ruled to enrich themselves, it became an oligarchy. And if the people ruled for the good of all, he called it a polity. But if the poor ruled only to plunder the rich, it became a democracy. It is a shock to hear that word, democracy, placed in the bad column. But Aristotle did not trust the mob. He had seen the Athenian assembly vote to execute Socrates. He had seen demagogues whip the crowds into irrational frenzies. To him, extreme democracy was not freedom. It was chaos. It was the rule of the shout, not the rule of the mind. He preferred the golden mean in politics too, a mixed constitution, dominated by a strong middle class, neither too rich to be arrogant, nor too poor to be desperate. He wanted a boring, stable, moderate state where nothing exciting ever happened, because excitement usually meant blood. But the most difficult part of Aristotle's political map, the part that no amount of soft lighting can truly soften, is his concept of the household. For the city to be free, he argued, someone had to do the work. The philosopher cannot think if he is plowing the field. The citizen cannot vote if he is washing the clothes. And so, with a calm, chilling logic, Aristotle defended slavery. He called the slave a living tool. He argued that some men were slaves by nature, possessing bodies strong enough for labor, but minds too weak for reason. They needed a master, he claimed, just as the body needs a soul to guide it. It was a rationalization that justified the economy of the ancient world, a soothing lie that told the slaveholders their power was not just lucky, but right. Historians still argue whether Aristotle truly believed this, or if he was simply unable to imagine a world without it. Was he blinded by his time? Or was his obsession with hierarchy so deep that he couldn't help but stack human beings like he stacked rocks and plants? He did the same with women, relegating them to the private sphere, arguing that while they had the faculty of reason, it was without authority. The man ruled the house formed the city ruled the world. It was a perfect, locked system. This is the paradox of the politics. It is a brilliant analysis of how power works, full of insights that are still used by political scientists today. He understood that inequality causes revolution. He understood that the middle class is the stabilizer of society. He understood that laws must be supreme over men. But he used this brilliance to build a fortress for the status quo. He didn't want to change the world. He wanted to keep it from falling apart. And as he wrote these lines in the quiet of the Lyceum, outside the walls, the greatest political experiment in history was unraveling. Alexander was not building a polity. He was not building a balanced middle-class state. He was building a global empire run by a single, godlike will. He was forcing Greeks and Persians to intermarry, breaking down the very categories of free and slave that Aristotle had so carefully defined. There's a tragic irony here. Aristotle was writing the rules of the polis, the small, self-contained city-state, at the exact moment that the polis was becoming obsolete. Alexander was smashing the walls of the city-state and creating the cosmopolis, the world city. Aristotle was the physician prescribing medicine for a patient that was already dead. The future did not belong to the moderate city. It belonged to the giant empire. One can imagine Aristotle pausing in his writing, perhaps hearing a rumor from a traveler about Alexander adopting the Persian custom of proskynesis, forcing his subjects to bow to the ground before him. To a Greek, this was blasphemy. To Aristotle, it was the definition of tyranny. The student had become the very thing the teacher had warned against. The political animal was being devoured by the great beast of absolute power. As the scroll of the politics grew longer, it became less of a manual for Alexander and more of a eulogy for a lost way of life. Aristotle was preserving the memory of Greek freedom in amber, capturing the ideal of the citizen who rules and is ruled in turn. He was writing for a future that might one day rediscover the value of limits. But for now, the limits were gone. The maps were being redrawn in blood. The living tools were dying by the thousands in the deserts of Gadrosha. The natural slaves were conquering the masters. The world was upside down. Aristotle put down his pen, perhaps rubbing his tired eyes, and looked out at the olive trees. He had organized the state. He had defined the citizen. He had justified the chains. But he could not legislate the heart of a king. The political animal was loose, and it was hungry. In the quiet corners of the Lyceum, away from the political maps and the biological specimens, Aristotle turned his mind to the most intimate question of all. What does it mean to live a good life? It is a question that keeps us awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if we are doing this right. For Aristotle, the answer was not found in wealth or fame or even in pleasure. He had a word for it, a word that is often translated as happiness, but means something far deeper, far more robust: eudaimonia. It translates closer to flourishing. A flower is not happy when it blooms. It is flourishing because it is doing exactly what a flower is meant to do. A knife is not happy when it cuts well. It is fulfilling its purpose. For a human being, Aristotle argued, flourishing means living in accordance with reason. It means perfecting the activity of the soul. It is not a fleeting emotion you feel after a good meal. It is a state of being, a lifetime of functioning at your highest potential. You cannot call a man happy until he is dead. He famously wrote, just as you cannot call a day beautiful until the sun has set. It is the sum, not the moment. To achieve this flourishing, Aristotle offered a guide that was as practical as a carpenter's ruler. He called it the doctrine of the mean. Virtue, he taught, is not an extreme. It is the delicate balance between too much and too little. Imagine an archer trying to hit a target. There are 1,000 ways to miss. You can shoot too high, too low, too far to the left, too far to the right. But there is only one way to hit the bullseye. That bullseye is virtue. Take courage, for example. If you have too little fear, you are rash, a fool who runs into fire. If you have too much fear, you are a coward, a man who freezes. But if you have the right amount of fear, controlled by reason, you are courageous. Take generosity. Give too much, and you are wasteful. Give too little, and you are stingy. The virtuous man stands in the middle, giving the right amount to the right person at the right time. It sounds so simple, yet it is the hardest thing in the world. It requires constant vigilance. It requires a kind of moral athleticism. You have to train your soul just as a wrestler trains his body, correcting your balance every single day. He wrote these thoughts in a series of scrolls dedicated to his son, the young Nicomachus, who was growing up in the shadow of his father's genius. This work, the Nicomachean Ethics, is perhaps the most humane book Aristotle ever wrote. It is not a book of commandments. There is no "thou shalt not." Instead, there is a gentle, sophisticated understanding of human frailty. Aristotle knew that we are not born good. We become good by doing good things. We are what we repeatedly do. The saying goes, a paraphrase of his idea. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. You fake it until you make it. You act brave until bravery becomes your nature. You act just until justice becomes your reflex. It is a forgiving philosophy. It allows for mistakes. It understands that finding the center of the target takes practice. But there is a melancholy undertone to the ethics. Aristotle devotes a massive section of the book, 2 whole books out of 10, to friendship. He categorizes it, of course. There are friendships of utility, business partners, friendships of pleasure, drinking buddies, and the highest form, friendships of virtue, soulmates who love each other for who they are. He writes about friendship with a warmth that suggests a man who knew the value of companionship. Without friends, he says, no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods. One wonders if he was thinking of Hermias, his tortured friend. Or perhaps he was thinking of Plato. Or maybe, with a pang of sadness, he was thinking of Alexander. The conqueror was now thousands of miles away, surrounded by sycophants and flatterers, the very opposite of true friends. Alexander had abandoned the golden mean entirely. He was living a life of excess, excessive drinking, excessive ambition, excessive violence. He was the rash man on a global scale. Aristotle was writing a manual on how to be a balanced human being, while his former student was proving that an unbalanced human being could own the world. The ethics also contains a startling admission of vulnerability. Aristotle admits that eudaimonia is not entirely under our control. You can be a virtuous man, but if you are ugly or poor or childless, or if your friends die, it is hard to be truly happy. He was not a stoic who believed you could be happy on a torture rack. He was a realist. He knew that luck matters. He knew that the world can break you. Priam, he notes, referencing the tragic king of Troy, was a good man, but no one calls him happy. This acknowledgement of external fortune makes Aristotle deeply relatable. He doesn't promise us invulnerability. He just promises us the best possible navigation through a stormy life. He offers us a rudder, not a shield. As the scroll unrolled, Aristotle sketched out the ideal life. It was not the life of the politician scrambling for votes. It was not the life of the businessman scrambling for coin. It was the life of the theoria, contemplation. The life of the mind, to sit and think about the eternal truths, to study the unmoved mover, to understand the geometry of the universe. This, he argued, was the activity of the gods. It was the only time we were truly free, because we were doing it for its own sake, not to get something else. It is a beautiful defense of the intellectual life, a justification for his own existence in the Lyceum. He was telling his son and us that the highest dignity of man is found in the quiet moments of understanding. But outside the lecture hall, the noise was getting louder. The golden mean is a hard sell in a time of war. Athens was restless. The anti-Macedonian faction was waiting for a slip. They saw Aristotle's moderation not as wisdom, but as fence-sitting. They saw his connection to Alexander not as a chance for diplomacy, but as treason. Aristotle was preaching balance in a city that was tilting toward extremism. He was teaching his students to aim for the bullseye, but the target was moving. The Nicomachean Ethics remains a masterpiece, a guide to a good life that is still read today by anyone who wants to be better. But for Aristotle, personally, the time for the good life was running out. The tragic luck he wrote about was gathering on the horizon. The man who defined happiness was about to have his own tested by the one thing he couldn't categorize: the malice of a mob. The lesson on virtue was finished. The lesson on endurance was about to begin. If you could step inside the mind of Aristotle as he stood in the colonnade of the Lyceum, looking out at the world with those sharp, dissecting eyes, you would not see a flat landscape of equal things. You would see a staircase, a vast, invisible, shimmering staircase rising from the dark mud of the riverbank all the way up to the cold, crystal spheres of the stars. This is the Scala Naturae, the ladder of nature, or as the medieval scholars would later call it, the great chain of being. It is perhaps the most powerful and enduring image Aristotle ever created, a mental architecture that would hold the Western worldview in place for 2,000 years like a rigid steel frame. To Aristotle, the universe was not a democracy where every atom is equal. It was a strict, unbending monarchy of perfection. At the very bottom lay inanimate matter, the rocks, the dust, the water, things that had existence but no life. They were the silent foundation. Above them, climbing the first rung, were the plants. They had a vegetative soul, a psyche that allowed them to grow, to feed, to reproduce, but not to feel. They were alive, but they were asleep. Above the plants stood the animals, possessing a sensitive soul. They could feel pain, they could desire, they could move. They were the restless middle class of nature. And above them, standing alone on the precipice of the physical world, was man. We possessed the rational soul, the divine spark of Logos that allowed us to contemplate the stars. And above us, the heavenly bodies, the intelligences, and finally, the unmoved mover. It is a beautiful system. It gives everything a home. It tells the pebble, the poppy, and the poet exactly where they belong in the cosmic order. It turns the chaos of existence into a vertical harmony. But as we have seen with Aristotle, order always comes with a price. The price of the ladder is that it forbids movement. In Aristotle's world, a rock cannot become a plant, a horse cannot become a man, and a man cannot become a god. The species are fixed, eternal, and immutable. Evolution, the idea that life is a fluid river changing its course over time, would have seemed like madness to him. Nature does nothing in vain, he famously declared. Everything is designed for its specific rung. This brings us to the most uncomfortable and debated aspect of his hierarchy: the application of the ladder to humanity itself. If the universe is a hierarchy of ruler and ruled, the soul ruling the body, the human ruling the beast, then surely, Aristotle reasoned, this pattern must repeat within the human species. Here, the calm voice of the philosopher becomes the architect of oppression. He looked at the economy of Athens, an economy built on the backs of unfree labor, and he didn't see a social crime. He saw a biological necessity. He formulated the theory of natural slavery. He argued that there are some human beings who are strong in body but weak in mind, whose telos, or purpose, is to be tools for others. To Aristotle, enslaving such a person was not cruel. It was just. It was putting them in their proper place on the ladder, under the guidance of a superior intellect, just as a child is under the guidance of a father. He wrote that the slave is a possession with a soul. It is a chilling phrase, delivered with the dry certainty of a man categorizing a shovel or a plow. Historians and philosophers have wrestled with this for centuries. Was Aristotle merely a product of his time, an apologist for the brutal reality of the ancient world? Or was this the inevitable result of his obsession with classification? If you are obsessed with putting things in boxes, eventually you will build a box for people. The golden mean did not apply here. There was no middle ground between free and unfree. And the hierarchy did not stop at slavery. It extended into the household, into the relationship between men and women. Aristotle's biology was deeply, profoundly sexist. He viewed the male as the active form, the provider of the soul in reproduction, and the female as the passive matter, the provider of the body. He famously, and rather rudely, described the female as a deformed male, a human being who had not quite reached the full potential of the form due to a lack of heat during conception. There is a dark, absurd humor in imagining Mrs. Aristotle, Pythias, or Herpyllis listening to this theory over dinner, perhaps raising an eyebrow as she poured the wine, wondering if the active intellect across the table could manage to find his own sandals without her help. But to Aristotle, this was not prejudice. It was science. The man had the authority of reason. The woman had the authority of the household, but she was to be ruled. The ladder went God, man, woman, slave, beast, plant, rock. This hierarchical view was so persuasive, so logical, so comforting to those at the top, that it survived long after the Lyceum had turned to dust. When the Christian Church discovered Aristotle in the Middle Ages, they didn't burn his books, they baptized them. The Scala Naturae fit perfectly with the Christian view of angels and archangels. It justified the feudal system, the king, the noble, the peasant. It justified the colonial empires, the civilized ruling the savage. Aristotle's ladder became the backbone of Western authority. It taught us to look at difference and see rank. It taught us that equality is unnatural. It is a heavy legacy. As we listen to his voice across the centuries, we must admire the brilliance of the structure, the way he connected the biology of a sea squirt to the movement of the planets. But we must also recognize the danger of the blueprint. The ladder is a trap. It tells us that our station is fixed. It tells us that power is a law of physics. And yet, even within this rigid system, Aristotle's curiosity sometimes betrayed him. He would look at the lower creatures and find such complexity, such cleverness. that the ladder seemed to shake. He marveled at the social organization of bees, noting that they had a king. He didn't realize it was a queen, and worked for the common good. He saw intelligence in the octopus. He saw maternal love in the dolphin. There were moments where the sharp lines of his hierarchy blurred, where life refused to be simply higher or lower and was just miraculously different. But the system builder in him always won out. He would patch the cracks with new definitions. He would insist on the order. As he paced the Lyceum, organizing the cosmos, he was building a cathedral of thought that was both magnificent and claustrophobic. He was giving the world a reason for everything, but in doing so, he was taking away the possibility that things could be otherwise. The unmoved mover sat at the top, thinking perfectly, while down in the mud, the slaves and the women and the beasts did the work that made the philosopher's leisure possible. It was a perfect static world. But static things are brittle, and the world outside was moving very, very fast. The master of those who know was about to find out that there are some things, like the grief of a friend, or the rage of a city, or the death of a king, that cannot be placed on a ladder. They just crash through the roof. In the cool, shaded colonnades of the Lyceum, the world arrived in crates. It is one of the most evocative legends of the ancient world, a story that binds the history of science to the history of war with a tangible, dusty thread. The story goes that as Alexander marched deeper into the unknown, swallowing Persia, trudging through the snows of Afghanistan, and descending into the humid jungles of India, he did not forget his old tutor. He ordered his soldiers, men who were busy conquering empires, to also become collectors. They were to gather the strange, the new, and the inexplicable, and send them back to Athens. Imagine the scene at the docks of Piraeus. Rough, confused sailors unloading boxes that smelled of cinnamon, frankincense, and drying hides, carrying them up the road to the gymnasium of the wolf god. Aristotle, the man who had categorized the life of the chaotic Aegean lagoon, was now unpacking the life of the Orient. He saw things no Greek eye had ever seen. He saw the skins of panthers, the tusks of elephants, the dried leaves of the banyan tree. Historians still argue fervently over the scale of this scientific patronage, some claiming Alexander employed thousands of men to hunt for Aristotle, while skeptics suggest the philosopher had to rely mostly on second-hand reports and travelers' tales. But the myth holds a deeper truth. The Lyceum was the recipient of the empire's curiosity. It was the first time that global conquest fueled global knowledge. There is a gentle, scholarly humor in picturing Aristotle standing over the skull of an Indian elephant, tapping it with his stylus, trying to fit this massive, wrinkled beast into his neat system of bloodless and blooded animals, while his students watched in baffled awe. The map of biology was exploding. The boxes of the taxonomy were breaking under the weight of the new world. But while the specimens were fascinating, the letters that accompanied them were becoming increasingly disturbing. The correspondence between the king and the philosopher, once the warm exchange of a student and a mentor, was turning cold. The distance between them was measured not just in miles, but in souls. Alexander was changing. The golden youth of Mietza, who had slept with the Iliad under his pillow, was fading, replaced by a figure of terrifying, absolute power. The reports that filtered back to Athens, whispered by returning veterans, scribbled in the margins of military dispatches, spoke of a man who was no longer content to be a king of Macedon. He wanted to be the king of the universe. He had adopted the dress of the Persians, wearing the purple tunic and the diadem, mixing the styles of the conqueror and the conquered. To Aristotle, who believed that dress was a reflection of character, this was not a fashion choice. It was a moral collapse. It was barbarism. It was a rejection of the clear, rational lines of Greek identity. The golden mean does not wear purple trousers. The golden mean does not demand that free men prostrate themselves on the floor. The tension was exacerbated by the presence of a man named Callisthenes. He was Aristotle's great-nephew, a relative by blood and a student by training. When Alexander had set out for Asia, Aristotle had recommended Callisthenes for the position of official historian. It was a nepotistic move, but a strategic one. Callisthenes was meant to be the voice of reason in the camp, the chronicler who would ensure that Alexander's deeds were remembered in good Attic Greek. He was Aristotle's eyes and ears, but Callisthenes was a rigid man. He was a philosopher of the old school, blunt, outspoken, and deeply attached to the ideals of Greek liberty. He did not possess the eutrapelia, the witty flexibility that Aristotle admired. He could not bend, and in the court of a man who was becoming a living god, a tree that cannot bend is destined to break. Callisthenes sent letters back to his uncle, letters that likely described the burning of the palace at Persepolis, a moment of drunken, wanton destruction that signaled the end of the old order. He described the endless drinking bouts, the sudden rages, the paranoia that was creeping into the king's mind like a fever. Aristotle, reading these scrolls in the quiet of his study, must have felt a growing dread. The philosopher king he had hoped for was turning into the tyrant he had classified as the worst of all possible rulers. The breaking point was not a battle, but a belief. Alexander began to present himself not just as a descendant of the gods, but as a god himself. He had visited the oracle of Zeus Ammon in the Egyptian desert and emerged with the conviction that he was the son of Zeus. To the Egyptians, this was normal. Pharaohs were divine. To the Greeks, it was blasphemy, or at best, a grotesque political joke. Aristotle, the man who had defined God as the unmoved mover, a remote, abstract intellect, found the idea of a human being claiming divinity to be intellectually offensive. A man is a rational animal. A god is an eternal substance. You cannot be both. It is a category error. When Alexander demanded that the Greek cities recognize his divinity, the Spartans, with their dry, laconic wit, reportedly voted, "If Alexander wishes to be a god, let him be a god." They didn't care. But Aristotle cared. He cared about the truth, and he worried for his nephew. He warned Callisthenes, in a phrase that has the heavy ring of prophecy, to speak seldom to the king, or else speak so as to please him. It was the advice of a pragmatist, of a man who knew that in the presence of a lion, you do not pull its tail. But Callisthenes was not listening. He was busy being virtuous in a world that had moved beyond virtue. The specimens continued to arrive, the tiger skins, the exotic birds, but they now felt like tribute from a stranger. The connection was severing. Aristotle began to realize that the force he had helped unleash could not be controlled by logic. He had taught Alexander that the superior should rule the inferior, but he never imagined that Alexander would decide he was superior to everyone, including his teacher. The tragedy of the teacher is that he must eventually become obsolete. But the tragedy of Aristotle was sharper. He was becoming an enemy. The great-souled man of the ethics is proud, yes, but he is rational. Alexander was becoming the monstrous, the outlier who defies the laws of nature. As the news from the east grew darker, rumors of the execution of Philotas, the murder of the loyal general Parmenion, the Lyceum must have felt less like a sanctuary and more like a waiting room for bad news. The king was conquering the world, but he was losing his soul. And Aristotle, surrounded by the proofs of the king's power, the strange shells, the dried herbs, the maps of new rivers, could only watch from a distance as the tragedy unfolded. He had classified the tragedy as a form of art that evokes pity and fear. Now he was living in one. The crates were still coming, but the letters were stopping. The silence from the east was getting louder, and in the center of that silence stood Callisthenes, the stubborn historian, holding a pen like a spear, preparing to tell the god-king that he was just a man. The lesson was over. The reckoning was about to begin. This passage reveals a haunting idea. Knowledge can travel faster than wisdom. The crates arriving at the Lyceum carried facts, specimens, and marvels, but they could not carry restraint. Aristotle's system expanded with every new leaf and bone, yet the moral framework meant to guide power was quietly eroding at the source. History offers similar patterns. In the early modern age, European empires returned with plants, maps, and measurements that transformed science, while the men who gathered them often grew more absolute, not more humane. Information increased. Humility did not. Like Alexander, they mistook understanding the world for owning it. This matters because Aristotle believed classification would clarify reality. But classification also creates hierarchies. Once the world is sorted into superior and inferior, it becomes dangerously easy for one man to place himself at the top. Some historians argue Alexander's self-deification was political theater, a tool to rule diverse peoples, perhaps. Yet even theater, repeated long enough, becomes belief. The quiet tragedy here is not just the break between teacher and student, but the realization that philosophy can explain power without being able to stop it. So let this question settle gently as the crates are opened one by one. When knowledge keeps arriving, but conscience falls silent, who or what is meant to speak last? The tragedy of the relationship between the philosopher and the king did not end with a drifted apart friendship. It ended with a body in a cage. The scene of the rupture was the royal court in Bactria, deep in Central Asia, a place of dust, high winds, and the mixing of worlds. Here, in 327 BC, Alexander made his most controversial move. He attempted to introduce the Persian custom of proskynesis to his Greek and Macedonian followers. To a Persian courtier, bowing to the floor and blowing a kiss to the great king was a standard act of social respect, a recognition of hierarchy. But to a Greek, it was an abomination. Greeks stood tall. They looked men in the eye. They bowed only to the statues of the gods. To bow to a living man was not just humiliating. It was an act of religious confusion. It implied that the man was a god. Alexander, intoxicated by his own legend and desperate to unify his fractured empire, did not care about these distinctions. He wanted a single protocol for all his subjects. He wanted the Greeks to bend. The resistance found its voice in Callisthenes. Aristotle's nephew was a man of sharp intellect but rigid posture. He had not learned the lesson of the willow tree that bends in the storm. He was an oak, solid and immovable. When the moment came, a staged dinner party where the guests were expected to drink from a cup, perform the prostration, and then receive a kiss from the king, Callisthenes refused. The story is cinematic in its tension. The cup was passed. The generals, men who had conquered nations, swallowed their pride and bowed, awkward in their armor, performing the alien ritual to please their leader. Then it was the historian's turn. Callisthenes took the cup, drank the wine, and walked toward the king for the kiss, standing fully upright. He did not bend a knee. He did not lower his head. Alexander, furious, refused to kiss him. Callisthenes, with a dryness that must have sounded like a thunderclap in the silent hall, reportedly turned and walked away, muttering, "I go away then, poorer by a kiss." It was a moment of supreme moral courage and supreme political suicide. In that refusal, Callisthenes was channeling the spirit of the Lyceum. He was asserting that facts matter more than power. The fact was, Alexander was a man. No amount of purple silk or incense could change the taxonomy of nature. But in the court of a god-king, facts are treason. Alexander did not forget the slight. He waited. He let the resentment simmer. He knew that Callisthenes was popular with the royal pages, the young sons of the Macedonian nobility who served the king, the very same class of boys Aristotle had once taught in the caves of Myetza. These boys were disillusioned. They saw their king turning into a Persian despot, abandoning the ways of their fathers. A conspiracy was hatched. It was amateurish, a murmur of angry teenagers in the dark. But when it was discovered, it gave Alexander exactly what he needed. The pages' conspiracy was ruthlessly dismantled. Under torture, the boys confessed their plans to assassinate the king. Crucially, they did not implicate Callisthenes directly. They said he had listened to their complaints, that he had told them that the tyrant is only as strong as the fear of his subjects, but he had not planned the murder. To a court of law, this might be a defense. To Alexander, it was enough. He accused the historian of corrupting the youth. The exact same charge, with a bitter irony, that Athens had used to kill Socrates. But Callisthenes was not given a trial. He was thrown into chains. The accounts of his end vary, and each version is more horrific than the last. Some say he was hanged. Some say he was tortured to death. The most haunting version claims he was thrown into a cage and dragged behind the army as it marched, a living trophy of the king's wrath, until he died of disease and neglect, covered in filth, his brilliant mind reduced to madness. When the news of this atrocity traveled back along the Silk Roads and reached Athens, it must have hit Aristotle like a physical blow. This was his blood. This was his student. This was the man he had sent to be the conscience of the king. The death of Callisthenes was not just a personal loss. It was a terrifying signal. Alexander sent a letter to Antipater, his regent in Greece, that contained a sentence chilling in its clarity. "The boys have been stoned to death by the Macedonians," he wrote. "But I will punish the sophist Callisthenes and those who sent him out." Those who sent him out. There was no ambiguity there. Alexander was threatening Aristotle. The golden mean was now a target. The teacher who had assigned the Iliad was now seen as the architect of treason. Imagine the atmosphere in the Lyceum in the days following this news. The walks in the colonnade must have continued. The lectures on logic and biology must have gone on, for Aristotle was a man of discipline. But the air would have been thick with unspoken fear. The students would have looked at their master with new eyes, seeing not just a philosopher, but a man marked for death. Aristotle, ever the realist, knew that distance was his only shield. Alexander was in India, thousands of miles away, preoccupied with mutinies and monsoons. But the arm of the king was long. The unmoved mover might be safe in the heavens, but the moved mover, the king, was coming back. This rupture changed the nature of Aristotle's philosophy, or at least how we read it. When he writes in the Politics that he who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god, he is describing Alexander. The king had become both. He was the god who demanded worship, and the beast who devoured his friends. He had stepped outside of humanity. Aristotle's categorization of the tyrant became a portrait of his former pupil. The tyrant, he wrote, loathes free men. The tyrant prefers foreigners to citizens. The tyrant is a lover of war. It was a diagnosis made from a distance, a final, damning classification of the man he had failed to tame. The crates of specimens stopped coming. The patronage dried up. The intellectual partnership that had promised to unite the wisdom of the West with the wonders of the East was over. It was replaced by a cold, deadly silence. Aristotle was now operating in enemy territory. The anti-Macedonians in Athens hated him because he was Philip's friend. The Macedonians now hated him because he was Alexander's critic. He was trapped in the middle, the classic position of the moderate in a polarized world. But he kept working. He kept writing. He kept walking. Perhaps he found solace in the study of things that do not betray you. The geometry of a circle, the anatomy of a bee, the laws of the syllogism. These things remain true even when the king goes mad. The refusal to bow had cost Callisthenes his life. It might yet cost Aristotle his. But for now, he stood upright in the Lyceum, a grey-bearded man in a linen cloak, refusing to bend his mind to the irrationality of the world, staring down the road that led to the east, waiting for the final act of the tragedy to arrive. The end of the world did not come with a bang, but with a fever. In the sweltering heat of Babylon, in June of 323 BC, the man who had declared himself a god was proving to be terrifyingly mortal. Alexander was 32 years old. His body, scarred by spear thrusts and weakened by years of relentless marching, drinking, and the malaria-infested swamps of the Euphrates, finally collapsed. The scene in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar was one of surreal horror. The conqueror of the earth lay sweating on a simple bed, unable to speak, while his generals, the wolves he had raised, circled him, not with grief, but with predatory anticipation. They asked him, in the final moments, to whom he left his empire. His whisper, gasping through the pain, has echoed like a curse through history. To the strongest. It was the ultimate Darwinian bequest. He was not leaving order. He was leaving chaos. And then, the breathing stopped. The chest that had held the ambition of the world fell still. The god-king was dead. But as the news galloped out of Babylon, riding the fastest horses to the corners of the empire, a second darker story began to travel in its shadow. It was a story whispered in the corners of market squares and debated in the hushed rooms of the elite. It was the story of the poison. The official diagnosis was a fever, perhaps exacerbated by a massive drinking bout in honor of Hercules. But the ancient world did not trust fevers. When a young, vigorous tyrant dies suddenly, men look for a hand behind the curtain, and the finger of suspicion, trembling but distinct, pointed back to Greece. It pointed to the house of Antipater, the regent who feared Alexander was coming home to kill him. And most chillingly, it pointed to the Lyceum. It pointed to Aristotle. The rumor was specific, elaborate, and filled with the kind of myth versus fact detail that Aristotle himself might have analyzed. It was said that the poison was not a common herb, but the icy corrosive water of the river Styx, gathered from a waterfall in Arcadia. This water was so cold and potent that it shattered any vessel made of clay, glass, or bronze. It could only be carried, the legend said, in the hoof of a mule. Who possessed the scientific knowledge to understand such a substance? Who knew the secrets of chemistry and nature? Only the master of those who know. The rumor claimed that Aristotle, seeking revenge for the murder of his nephew Callisthenes, had prepared the toxin. He had given it to Antipater's son, Cassander, who had carried it to Babylon. Cassander's brother, Iolaus, who was the king's cupbearer, had slipped it into the royal wine. Historians today largely dismiss this. The symptoms, the slow 12-day decline, the ascending paralysis, sound more like typhoid or Guillain-Barré syndrome than a sudden poisoning. But the truth of the biology matters less than the truth of the politics. The world believed it was possible. They believed that the philosopher had killed the king. It reveals the terrifying reputation Aristotle had acquired. He was no longer seen just as a bookworm. He was seen as a wizard, a man whose knowledge was dangerous. The poisoned chalice became a metaphor for their entire relationship. Aristotle had poured wisdom into Alexander's mind, and it had turned into tyranny. Now, the world suspected he had poured death into Alexander's cup to stop it. Whether he held the vial or not, the bond between them had ended in a destruction so complete it felt like murder. In Athens, the news of Alexander's death hit the city like a thunderbolt that clears the humidity. For a moment, there was a stunned silence. Could it be true? The orator Demades famously quipped, "If Alexander were dead, the whole world would smell the corpse." It was a grotesque, vivid reminder of the sheer scale of the man. But as the confirmation arrived, the signet ring sent to Babylon, the generals tearing their clothes, the silence broke, and it broke into a roar of jubilation. To the Athenians, this was not a tragedy. It was a miracle. The tyrant was gone. The nightmare was over. The beast had perished. In the streets, the anti-Macedonian faction, led by the fiery orator Demosthenes, began to organize. They did not mourn. They celebrated. They saw a chance to throw off the Macedonian yoke, to kick out the garrisons, and to restore the democracy of the old days. But for Aristotle, the death of Alexander was not a liberation. It was a catastrophe. He was 61 years old. He had spent his life navigating the treacherous waters between Athens and Pella, using his connection to the throne to protect his school and his students. Alexander, for all his madness, had been the shield. Even when they were estranged, the mere fact that Aristotle was the king's teacher made him untouchable. No one dared to touch the man who had spanked the Lord of Asia. But now the shield was gone. The god was dead, and the beast of Athenian mob justice was waking up, hungry for revenge against anyone who spoke with a northern accent. One can imagine Aristotle in the Lyceum on the day the news broke. The students whispering in the colonnade, the sudden drop in attendance as men rushed to the assembly to hear the speeches of rebellion. Aristotle would have retreated to his library, perhaps looking at the map of the empire that Alexander had drawn in blood. He would have known, with the cold precision of his logic, that the variables had shifted. The syllogism of his safety was broken. Macedonians are enemies. Aristotle is a friend of Macedonia. Therefore, Aristotle is an enemy. He didn't need a scroll to see the conclusion. He looked at his family, at Pythias, his daughter, and Herpyllis, his companion, and the young Nicomachus. He looked at the books. He realized that the city he loved, the city he had categorized and analyzed more perfectly than any native son, was about to turn on him. The poison of the rumor was already at work. Men were remembering the old grievances. Why did he leave us to tutor the tyrant? Why does he write that democracy is a deviant constitution? Why did he accept the tyrant's gold? The gratitude for his lectures faded instantly. The resentment of his privilege remained. It is a timeless story of the intellectual caught in a revolution. The moderate is always the first casualty of the extremist. Aristotle had spent his life trying to find the middle ground, but the ground was splitting apart. The empire was fracturing into pieces. Ptolemy grabbing Egypt, Seleucus grabbing Asia, Antigonus grabbing Greece. The one had become the many, and in the chaos of the breakup, small acts of vengeance became easy. There is a deep, resonant sadness in this moment. Aristotle had dedicated his life to understanding. He believed that if men just understood the nature of things, they would act rightly. He believed in the power of the logos to tame the thumos. But looking out at the torchlight processions celebrating the death of his student, he must have realized the limits of his philosophy. Understanding does not stop hate. Logic does not stop a riot. The rational animal was behaving like a pack of wolves. The poisoned chalice was not just the cup that killed Alexander. It was the cup Athens was preparing for Aristotle. He had seen this play before. He had seen Socrates drink the hemlock. He knew how the story ended. The master of those who know knew one thing above all else. It was time to pack the crates again. The library was closing. The final exam was not going to be on paper. It was going to be on survival. The reaction in Athens was not a slow simmer. It was an eruption. The moment the death of Alexander was confirmed, the city exploded into a frenzy of nationalist fervor that swept through the streets like a fire in a dry pine forest. This was the start of what historians call the Lamian War, a desperate, doomed uprising of the Greek city-states attempting to throw off the Macedonian yoke while the giant was headless. To the patriots of Athens, this was the glorious return of liberty. They imagined a return to the days of Pericles, to a free republic where no king dictated terms. But to Aristotle, watching from the colonnades of the Lyceum, it must have looked like mass hysteria. He knew the numbers. He knew the logistics. He knew that although Alexander was dead, the Macedonian army, the most efficient killing machine ever devised, was still very much alive. A revolt might feel good, like a shout of anger, but it was strategically suicidal. The many were rising against the one, but they had forgotten that the one had cavalry. In this atmosphere of militant patriotism, neutrality was no longer an option. If you were not shouting for war, you were a traitor. And if you were a Macedonian-born philosopher who had been on the payroll of the royal family For 20 years, you were not just a traitor, you were a target. The attacks on Aristotle began not with swords, but with the law. Athens prided itself on being a city of laws, even when it was behaving like a mob. The weapon of choice was the graph Arcebeus, the indictment for impiety. It was the same vague, terrifying charge that had been used to kill Socrates 76 years earlier. It was the catch-all weapon for silencing intellectuals. If you couldn't prove they were spies, you proved they offended the gods. The accuser who stepped forward was Eurymedon the Hierophant, a high priest of the Eleusinian mysteries. There is a dark, theatrical irony in this matchup. The Hierophant, a man whose title literally means he who shows the holy things, standing against the philosopher, he who loves wisdom. The mystic versus the logician. Eurymedon did not accuse Aristotle of being a Macedonian spy. That was too political. He accused him of blasphemy. The evidence, a poem, specifically the Hymn to Virtue, that Aristotle had written years ago in Assos to honor the memory of his tortured friend, Hermias. Eurymedon argued that the poem used language reserved for the gods, specifically the god Apollo, and applied it to a mortal man and a eunuch tyrant at that. By singing this hymn at the common meals of the Lyceum, the indictment claimed Aristotle was effectively creating a new cult, worshipping a dead human as a deity. To a modern ear, and likely to Aristotle's own, the charge was absurd. It was a technicality, a willful misreading of a poetic tribute. Aristotle had not built a temple to Hermias. He had written a song about how noble it was to die for friendship. Historians still argue whether Eurymedon actually believed in the charge, or if he was simply a political hitman for the anti-Macedonian faction. But the motive didn't matter. In the Athenian legal system, there was no judge to enforce the rules of evidence. There was only a jury, a crowd of 501 citizens, chosen by lot, who would listen to the speeches and then vote with pebbles. In the summer of 323 BC, those 501 citizens were angry, hungry, and looking for a scapegoat. They didn't want a lecture on the distinction between a paean and a hymn. They wanted Macedonian blood. Aristotle saw the trap closing. He was a student of the politics. He knew that justice in a democracy is often just the will of the majority dressed up in robes. He remembered Socrates. He remembered how the old gadfly had stood in the court, using irony and logic to dismantle his accusers, and how the jury had voted to kill him anyway. Socrates had chosen to stay and die, to become a martyr for philosophy, drinking the hemlock as a final lesson in obedience to the law. Aristotle, however, was not Socrates. He did not have a daimon telling him to stay. He had a biological imperative to survive. He was not a citizen of Athens. He was a metic, a guest. He owed the city his taxes and his teaching, but he did not owe it his life. There is a grim humor in imagining Aristotle analyzing his own chances of acquittal. He might have constructed a syllogism. Athenian juries execute philosophers they dislike. The jury dislikes me. Therefore, the conclusion was inevitable. He realized that the rational animal was currently in hibernation. The city was being run by the thumos, the spirited, angry part of the soul. Logic has no power over a riot. And so, the man who had spent his life collecting and categorizing the world began to pack up his own small corner of it. This was not the orderly departure of a retiree. It was the hasty retreat of a refugee. He had to secure the safety of Herpyllis and his children. He had to arrange for the leadership of the Lyceum to pass to Theophrastus, his loyal friend who loved plants more than politics. He was handing over the keys to the kingdom of knowledge, knowing he might never walk the colonnade again. The mood in the Lyceum must have been devastating. The students, young men who had come to learn the secrets of the universe, were now learning the harsh reality of politics. Their master, the smartest man in the world, was being chased out of town by a priest with a grudge. It was a lesson in the fragility of wisdom. Aristotle likely gave them final instructions, perhaps reminding them that the search for truth does not depend on the location of the library. The truth is the truth in Athens, and it is the truth in exile. But as he looked at the scrolls, the thousands of hours of work, the maps, the specimens, the sheer physical weight of the encyclopedia he had built, he must have felt a bitter pang of waste. He was leaving his life's work behind to be guarded by others. The tide had turned. The water was receding, leaving the shipwreck of the Macedonian era exposed on the sand. Aristotle was not going to wait for the trial. He was not going to give Eurymedon the satisfaction of a speech. He was going to deny the Athenians their show. He was going to rob the mob of its victim. As the sun set over the Acropolis, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out and grab at the city, Aristotle prepared to slip away. He was not fleeing in cowardice. He was fleeing in disdain. He refused to let ignorance win twice. The decision was made. The ship was waiting. The final journey of the peripatetic was about to begin, not on the gravel of the gym, but on the salt of the sea. The words Aristotle reportedly spoke as he left Athens have become one of the most famous exit lines in history. I will not allow Athens to sin twice against philosophy. It is a sentence that lands with the weight of a judge's gavel. The first sin, of course, was the execution of Socrates in 399 BC. By invoking that old wound, Aristotle was not just saving his own skin, he was shaming the city. He was holding up a mirror to the Athenians and saying, I see what you are doing. You are not defending the gods, you are repeating a mistake. It was a moment of supreme intellectual arrogance and supreme correctness. Socrates had chosen to stay and drink the hemlock because he believed that a citizen had a sacred contract with the laws of his city, even when those laws were unjust. He died to prove a point about civic duty. Aristotle, however, felt no such duty. He was not an Athenian. He was a man of the world. He did not believe there was any virtue in letting a mob kill a genius. To him, staying to die would not be heroic. It would be inefficient. It would be a waste of a good mind. So in the autumn of 322 BC, while the war fever was still burning hot in the Agora, Aristotle boarded a ship bound for the island of Euboea. The departure was likely quiet, hurried, and stripped of ceremony. There were no weeping crowds of admirers, only a few loyal students and his family. He left the Lyceum in the hands of Theophrastus, his oldest friend, the man who had stood beside him in the mud of the Lesbos lagoon. Take care of the place, he might have said, a simple instruction that meant preserve the knowledge of the world. As the ship pulled away from the dock at Piraeus, Aristotle would have watched the Acropolis shrink in the distance. The Parthenon, the symbol of Greek perfection, was now the symbol of the city that had rejected him. He was 62 years old. He was leaving behind the library he had built, the school he had founded, and the life he had made. He was becoming, once again, the wanderer. Historians still argue about the emotional tenor of this departure. Was he bitter? Was he frightened or was he simply relieved? There is a school of thought that suggests Aristotle was actually quite ill by this time, suffering from a stomach ailment that had plagued him for years. Perhaps he knew that his time was short, and he simply wanted to die in peace, away from the shouting of demagogues. He was heading to Chalcis, to his mother's family estate. It was a return to his roots, a closing of the circle. He had started as the physician's son in the north. He was ending as the exile in the quiet countryside. The journey to Chalcis is short but symbolically vast. It takes you out of the orbit of Athens and into a different rhythm. Euboea is a long, mountainous island that hugs the coast of mainland Greece, separated by a narrow, treacherous strip of water called the Euripus Strait. As the ship navigated these waters, Aristotle would have felt the change in the air, from the dusty, heated political air of the city to the saltier, cooler breeze of the channel. He was moving from the center of the action to the periphery. For a man who had advised kings and defined constitutions, this enforced retirement must have been a shock to the system. He was trading the peripatos, the walking debate, for the solitude of a garden. But in his refusal to become a martyr, Aristotle gave us a different kind of lesson than Socrates. Socrates taught us how to die for our beliefs. Aristotle taught us that sometimes the smartest thing to do is to live to fight another day. He showed that there is no shame in retreat if the battle is pointless. Prudence, he had written in the Ethics, is a virtue. And what is prudent about letting a superstition-addled jury murder you? By leaving, he denied Athens the catharsis of execution. He left the indictment hanging in the air, unresolved, a question mark rather than a period. He saved the Athenians from themselves, preventing them from adding another stain to their history, even if they were too angry to thank him for it. When he arrived in Chalcis, the house was waiting. It was likely a comfortable estate, surrounded by vineyards and olive trees, a place of memories from his mother's side of the family. It offered sanctuary, but sanctuary can be a lonely place. The silence of Chalcis would have been deafening after the buzz of the Lyceum. There were no students here to challenge him, no messengers from the palace. Just the wind, the sea, and the family he had dragged into exile with him. He was safe, but he was isolated. The political animal had been cut off from the polis. He was now just a private man, living a private life, waiting for the end. The second sin had been averted, but the punishment of exile was its own kind of death. The mind that had encompassed the cosmos was now confined to a house on a hill, looking out over the strait, watching the tide rush in and out, a relentless, chaotic motion that no logic could control. The estate in Chalcis stood on a promontory overlooking the sea, a sturdy, whitewashed structure that had belonged to Aristotle's mother's family for generations. It was a place of ghosts and memories, where the salt air stripped the paint from the shutters and the wind howled through the cypress trees with a voice very different from the polite debates of the academy. Here, in the autumn of his life, Aristotle found a silence that was both a balm and a sentence. The frantic energy of Athens, with its mobs and its markets, was replaced by the slow, rhythmic breathing of the countryside. There were no deadlines here. There were no lectures to prepare. There was only the sun rising over the mountains of Euboea and setting behind the mainland, marking the passage of time for a man who had spent his life measuring it. To the locals, he was likely just a wealthy, eccentric old man, a foreigner from the city who spent too much time staring at the water. They did not know that the grey-bearded figure limping through the vineyards held the entire inventory of human knowledge inside his head. They did not know that the master of those who know was now simply a tenant of the earth, waiting for his lease to expire. Aristotle was 62. In the ancient world, this was a ripe old age, but for him, it was a season of physical decline. The stomach ailment that had plagued him for years, likely a chronic digestive disorder or perhaps a slow-growing cancer, was becoming a constant, gnawing companion. The physician's son, who had written so confidently about the biology of the body, was now trapped in a body that was failing him. There is a profound humility in this. The man who had categorized the soul as the form of the body was now being reminded daily that the matter had the final say. He likely spent his days in a chair by the window, wrapped in wool against the damp sea breeze, dictating his final thoughts to a slave or a family member. The energy for the peripatetic walk was gone. The mind still raced, still hunted for connections, still sought to define the nature of the pain he felt. But the legs could no longer keep up. He was forced to practice the virtue of endurance, a virtue he had classified, but perhaps never truly had to test until now. It is in this quiet house that we see the most tender side of the philosopher. Free from the political machinations of courts and schools, Aristotle turned his attention to the microcosm of his family. Apelles, his companion, was there, caring for him with a devotion that history has largely left unrecorded, but which Aristotle himself acknowledged. And there was his son, Nicomachus, and his daughter, Pythias. For a man who had argued that the state is more important than the individual, his final days were intensely personal. He was not worried about the constitution of Athens. He was worried about the dowry of his daughter. He was not thinking about the unmoved mover. He was thinking about who would take care of Apelles when he was gone. We know this because we have his will. It is one of the most precious documents of antiquity, a piece of legal papyrus that survived the fires of time to give us a glimpse of the man behind the logic. It is not the will of a cold, distant genius. It is the will of a thoughtful, caring, and surprisingly progressive man. In it, he leaves detailed instructions for the care of his children. He asks that his executors, including Antipater, the regent of Macedonia, which shows his connections remain strong to the end, look after Nicanor, his adopted son. But the most touching clauses concern his slaves. Aristotle, the man who had written the infamous defense of natural slavery, used his final act of legal power to free them. He ordered that none of his slaves should be sold, but that they should be emancipated when they reached the appropriate age. He freed Apelles, ensuring she would be well provided for, leaving her a choice of houses and ample furniture. He even remembered to leave instructions for the dedication of statues to the gods, Zeus and Athena, showing that despite the charge of impiety, he remained a man of traditional piety to the end. And then, there is the request that breaks the heart. He asked that the bones of his first wife, Pythias, be disinterred from their resting place in Athens and reburied beside him in Chalcis, as she had requested. It is a revelation. The philosopher who defined friendship as a partnership of virtue and marriage as a biological necessity was, in the end, a romantic. He wanted to spend eternity not with a book, but with his wife. He wanted the two forms to be reunited in the earth. This clause in the will softens the marble image of Aristotle. It reminds us that beneath the linen cloak and the layers of logic, there was a human heart that had loved and lost and remembered. But the sanctuary was also a prison. Chalcis was safe, yes, but it was dull. For a mind that fed on stimulation, on the intake of new facts, the isolation must have been a form of starvation. He had no library here. Most of his books were left behind in the Lyceum. He had no specimens arriving from India. He had only the view. He spent hours looking out at the Euripus Strait, the narrow channel of water that separates Euboea from the mainland. This strait is a geological marvel. The currents there are violent and unpredictable, reversing direction as many as 7 times a day, defying the normal laws of the tides. To a man obsessed with cause, this chaotic water was a final taunting puzzle. Why did it move like that? What was the mechanism? Was it the wind, the moon, the shape of the seabed? Legend says he became obsessed with it, that he stood on the cliffs staring into the swirling vortex, frustrated that his logic could not pin down the water. It is a perfect metaphor for his situation. The man of order was staring into the face of chaos. The man who wanted to explain everything was confronted with the inexplicable. As the winter of 322 BC set in, the days grew shorter and the light turned grey. The pain in his stomach worsened. The sanctuary began to feel like a waiting room. He must have known that he would not see the spring. He would not see the Lyceum again. He would not see the new world that Alexander had created. He was trapped in the past, in the house of his ancestors, while the future was rushing on without him. But perhaps in those quiet evenings, listening to the wind rattle the shutters, he found a different kind of eudaimonia. Not the flourishing of the active life, but the peace of the completed life. He had done the work. He had built the system. He had written the encyclopedia. The boxes were full. The ladder was built. He had sinned against no one. He had saved philosophy. And now, as the fire died down in the hearth, the reader was finally ready to put down the book. The sanctuary of Chalcis was not where he lived. It was where he prepared to leave. The tide was turning in the strait below, and the tide was turning in his blood. Below the cliffs of Chalcis, the sea does not behave. It boils. This is the Euripus Strait, a narrow channel of water separating the island of Euboea from the Greek mainland, and it is a hydrological nightmare. In most places on Earth, the tide comes in and goes out with the predictable, rhythmic breathing of a sleeping giant. But here, the water is manic. It rushes north, then stops, then rushes south, sometimes reversing its flow 7 times in a single day. The currents swirl and eddy, creating whirlpools that can spin a small boat around like a dry leaf. It is a place of fluid chaos, a mockery of order. And it is here, on the rocky outcrop overlooking this churning blue puzzle, that legend places the final days of Aristotle. There is a persistent, romantic myth that has shadowed his death for centuries. It claims that the philosopher, the man who had explained the stars, the soul, and the state, was so tormented by his inability to explain the tides of the Euripus that he flung himself into the water, drowning in the very mystery he could not solve. If I cannot grasp the Euripus, he is rumored to have cried, let the Euripus grasp me. It is a dramatic end, fit for a tragic hero. But Aristotle was not a tragic hero. He was a scientist. He did not die of frustration. He died of biology. The truth is quieter, slower, and more painful. The stomach ailment that had dogged him for years had finally claimed victory. He was dying by inches, his body betraying him from the inside out. But there is a poetic truth in the legend, even if the facts are false. Aristotle likely did spend his final weeks staring at that water, for a man whose entire life had been a crusade against chaos, a man who believed that everything had a telos, a purpose and a cause. The Euripus must have been a daunting companion. It was raw, untamed nature. It followed no syllogism. It fit into no box. It was a reminder at the very end of the road that the world is always bigger, wilder, and stranger than the mind that tries to contain it. Imagine him there, wrapped in a heavy wool cloak against the biting sea wind, leaning on a cane, his eyes fixed on the turbulent blue. He is 62, his face lined with the tracks of 1,000 arguments, his beard thin and grey. He watches the current switch direction, defying the laws of physics he had written down. Does he feel defeated? Or does he feel a strange kind of relief? For decades, he had carried the weight of the unmoved mover, the responsibility of organizing the universe. Now, looking at the water, perhaps he realizes that the universe does not need him to organize it. It flows on its own. The tides do not care about his categories. The water crashes against the rocks whether he understands it or not. There is a profound peace in insignificance. The master of those who know was learning the final lesson, the wisdom of not knowing. This surrender to the unknown is a crucial moment in the story of philosophy. Aristotle had built a fortress of logic to keep the fear of the dark at bay. He had turned the terrifying gods into abstract principles. He had turned the messy political world into a neat list of constitutions. But death is the one thing that cannot be categorized. It is the ultimate aporia, the puzzle with no solution. As he sat by the window, watching the light fade over the mountains of Boeotia, he must have thought about the soul. He had written that the soul is the form of the body, the shape, the function, the activity. When the eye is destroyed, the sight is gone. When the body dies, the form should vanish. Logic dictated that there was no afterlife, no Elysian fields, no reunion with the beloved. Just the end of the function, just the silence. But Aristotle was also the man who had asked for his wife's boons to be mixed with his own. He was the man who had freed his slaves. He was the man who had loved the particulars. In these twilight hours, perhaps the rigid lines of his system began to soften. Perhaps he hoped, against all his own arguments, that there was something that survived the shipwreck of the body. He was facing the great perhaps. The logic of the Lyceum felt very far away here. The syllogisms of A and B and C seemed small compared to the vast, grey horizon of the sea. He was no longer the teacher. He was the student again, facing the only test that matters. His family gathered around him, Herpyllis, holding his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. Nicomachus, the young boy who would carry his name but barely remember his face. Nicanor, the loyal ward. The house was quiet. The servants moved on tiptoe. The smell of medicinal herbs, sage, mint, and poppy, filled the room, a scent that must have taken him back to his childhood in Stagyra, to his father's workroom, to the beginning of the circle. He was returning to the material cause, to the earth from which he came. There were no famous last words recorded, no Socratic speech about the immortality of the soul. Aristotle died as he lived, privately, practically, without theatre, He simply stopped. The mechanism ceased to function. The heart that had beaten for the Lyceum, for Alexander, for Pythias, finally came to rest. The active intellect, the part of him that thought and reasoned, was extinguished. Or perhaps, as he had once cryptically hinted, it returned to the stars from which it came. We do not know. The box is closed. But outside the window, the Euripus kept moving. The water rushed north, then stopped, then rushed south, indifferent to the death of the man who had tried to tame it. The world did not end because Aristotle died. The plants still grew. The sun still rose. The chaos continued. And in that continuity, there is a strange kind of comfort. Aristotle had spent his life trying to freeze the world into a perfect static system. But the world refused to be frozen. It lived on, messy and beautiful and uncontrollable. As the mourners covered his face and the oil lamps were extinguished, the sound of the sea filled the room, a lullaby of eternal motion. The architect of reason was gone. The water remained. And somewhere in the dark, buried in a cellar or hidden in a chest, the scrolls remained too, the thousands of words, the lists, the definitions, waiting for the future to find them. The man was dead, but the Logos was just beginning its long, strange journey through time. This ending suggests that Aristotle's final lesson was not written in a treatise, but performed by the world itself. The Euripus, with its restless reversals, stands as a living refusal of closure. It reminds us that even the most comprehensive systems are provisional, useful until they are not. Like the Taoist sages of ancient China, who warned that the nameable is not the eternal. Aristotle meets a truth that slips past definition precisely when definition matters most. Why this matters is subtle. Western thought often celebrates mastery, knowing as conquering. Yet here, the greatest classifier encounters a phenomenon that will not submit. Some historians argue the legend exaggerates his fixation on the straight, that illness, not mystery, occupied his final days. Perhaps so. But legends persist because they capture emotional truth, the humility at the edge of certainty. There is also a quiet judgment embedded here. Philosophy matures when it learns where to stop. To accept an aporia is not failure, it is fidelity to reality. The water continues, the mind rests. So as the tide turns again, ask yourself softly, what truth in your life keeps moving, not to be solved, but to be witnessed? When a man dies, his possessions are usually dispersed. The furniture to the children, the clothes to the poor, the gold to the creditors. But what happens to his mind? For Aristotle, the mind was physically captured in the stacks of papyrus scrolls he left behind, a collection of thoughts so dense and comprehensive, it constituted a second immortal body. But this body was fragile. Papyrus is nothing but dried reed, susceptible to fire, water, and the slow grinding hunger of the worm. The survival of Aristotle's works is one of the most terrifyingly precarious stories in the history of ideas. A tale that hinges not on the grand movements of empires, but on the damp darkness of a single hole in the ground. After the master died in Chalcis, his library, the very engine of the Lyceum, passed to his faithful friend and successor, Theophrastus. For a few decades, the scrolls remained in Athens, safe in the colonnades of the wolf god, consulted by the students who still walked the gravel paths. The system worked, but Theophrastus too was mortal. When he died in 287 BC, 35 years after Aristotle, he made a decision that would nearly erase Western philosophy. He did not leave the library to the next head of the school. He left it to his own favorite student, a man named Neleus. And Neleus was not an Athenian. He was a citizen of Skepsis, a small town in the rugged hills of the Troad, in what is now Turkey. Neleus packed the crates. He took the corpus Aristotelicum, the ethics, the politics, the metaphysics, the biology, and he loaded them onto a ship. He took the operating system of the Greek mind and sailed away with it, leaving the Lyceum with nothing but memories and a few copies. The center of wisdom was hollowed out. The brain had left the body. Neleus brought the treasure home to Skepsis, but he did not build a library. He was a private man, perhaps disillusioned, perhaps simply overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the inheritance. The scrolls sat in his house, gathering dust. But the political climate of the region was changing. Skepsis lay within the territory of the Attalid kings of Pergamon, a dynasty of ambitious, culture-obsessed monarchs who were determined to build a library that would rival the great library of Alexandria. They were the ultimate book collectors, but they were not polite about it. They did not ask, they seized. Their agents scoured the countryside, confiscating rare manuscripts for the royal shelves. When Neleus died, his heirs, men who were not philosophers, but ordinary frightened landowners, realized they were sitting on a gold mine that was also a target. If the king's men found the Aristotle collection, they would take it. And so the heirs of Neleus did something that makes the modern historian shiver with horror. They decided to hide the books. They did not build a stone vault. They did not seal them in jars like the Dead Sea Scrolls. They dug a trench in the ground, a cellar beneath the garden, or perhaps under the floorboards of the house. They took the priceless, unique manuscripts of the Nicomachean ethics and the physics, wrapped them hastily, and threw them into the hole. Then they covered it up. Silence fell. The earth closed over the mind of Aristotle. Above ground, the seasons turned. The rains came, soaking into the soil. The sun baked the mud. The Attalid kings built their library in Pergamon, filling it with lesser works, unaware that the greatest prize of antiquity was rotting just a few miles away. Down in the dark, the unmoved mover was trapped in the damp. The rational animal was food for the silverfish and the moth. It is a moment of profound, almost unbearable irony. The man who had spent his life categorizing the world, who had insisted on the perfect order of all things, was now a heap of molding vegetable matter in a disorderly trench. The logic was dissolving. The definitions were blurring. For nearly 200 years, the works of Aristotle, the works we know today, effectively ceased to exist. They were gone. The world forgot them. During this time, the Aristotelian philosophy that was taught in public was based only on his polished dialogues. The exoteric works that were famous for their style, but lighter on substance. The hard, technical, scientific core of his thought was sleeping in the mud of Skepsis. It is as if Einstein's equations were buried in a backyard, and the world only knew him for his violin playing. Generations of Neleus's family lived and died in the house above, likely forgetting exactly what was down there. Old books, they probably said, useless things. The humidity worked its slow violence. The edges of the scrolls frayed. The ink faded. Fungus bloomed on the treatise on the soul. A colony of worms chewed through a section of the metaphysics, perhaps erasing a proof of God's existence forever. It is the ultimate testament to the fragility of knowledge. We think of truth as eternal, as something that floats above the physical world. But truth needs a carrier. If the carrier rots, the truth vanishes. There were no backups. There was no cloud. There was just this one decomposing pile. History hung by a thread, or rather, by a fiber of papyrus. If a heavy rain had flooded the cellar, if a fire had swept through the house, Aristotle would be nothing more to us than a name, a footnote in the works of Plato. We would know he existed, but we would not know how he thought. The golden mean would be lost. The syllogism might have been reinvented, or it might not. The scientific method might have been delayed by 1,000 years, but fate, or perhaps the final cause, intervened. Around 100 BC, a wealthy book collector and bibliophile named Apellicon of Teos arrived in Skepsis. He was a strange character, part scholar, part scoundrel, a man who loved books more than honesty. He had heard rumors of the hidden cache. He found the family, who were by now likely poor and unaware of the value of their ancestors' trash. Apellicon made an offer. The cellar was opened. One can imagine the smell that wafted up, the scent of wet earth, rot, and ancient wisdom. Apellicon peered into the gloom and saw the mounds of damaged scrolls. He pulled them out, brushing off the dirt, holding the damp, fragile rolls with trembling hands. He saw the damage, the moth-eaten gaps, the blurred lines, but he also saw the name, Aristotle. He bought them all. He packed the rotting mass into crates and shipped them back to Athens. The resurrection had begun, but the story does not end with safety. Apellicon was a collector, not a philosopher. He tried to fix the damaged scrolls, filling in the gaps where the worms had eaten the text with his own guesses. He published new copies, but they were full of errors. The text was corrupted, a mixture of Aristotle's genius and Apellicon's incompetence. And then history took another violent turn. In 86 BC, the Roman general Sulla sacked Athens. Sulla was a man of blood and iron, but he also had an eye for loot. He seized Apellicon's library as a prize of war and shipped the whole collection to Rome. The scrolls traveled again, bumping in the hold of a Roman trireme, crossing the Adriatic to the center of the New World power. In Rome, they were dumped in a villa, waiting for someone with the mind to unlock them. They had survived the cellar, the worms, the amateur editor, and the war. They were battered, bruised, and chaotic. They needed a new editor. They needed a new Aristotle to organize the old Aristotle. And finally, in the middle of the 1st century BC, a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes took on the task. He looked at the mess of lecture notes, the loose scraps of parchment, the confused piles of biology and logic, and he did what the master would have done. He categorized them. He arranged them into the order we have today. He placed the logic first, the organon, then the physics, then the metaphysics, then the ethics, then the politics. He built a book. The voice that speaks to us from the page today is the voice of Aristotle, yes, but it is a voice that has traveled through the throat of a worm, the mud of a cellar, and the hands of a Roman editor. It is a miracle of survival. As we leave the hidden cellar of sepsis behind, sealing the hole back up with the dirt of history, we must pause to marvel at the sheer dumb luck that saved reason. The light of the West was not preserved in a golden lamp. It was preserved in a jar of earth, buried like a bone, waiting for the future to dig it up. The sun that set on the Roman Empire did not rise again on the libraries of the West. As the legions retreated and the aqueducts crumbled, a great silence fell over Europe. The knowledge of Greek, the language of Plato and Aristotle, was effectively wiped from the collective memory of the Latin-speaking world. For centuries, the master of those who know was nothing but a rumor, a ghost story told by monks who had only a few fragments of his logic, the organon, translated by Boethius before the lights went out. The rest of the corpus, the physics, the metaphysics, the ethics, was gone, lost in the chaotic shuffle of barbarian kingdoms. If the story of Aristotle had remained solely in the hands of the West, it would have ended there, buried in the mud of sepsis, or burned in the fires of the Visigoths. But the history of ideas is not a straight line. It is a relay race. And just as the torch was flickering out in Paris and Rome, a new hand reached out to catch it. The center of gravity shifted. The intellectual capital of the world moved east across the deserts to the banks of the Tigris River, to Baghdad. In the 9th century, while Charlemagne was struggling to teach his court to write their names, the Abbasid Caliphate was experiencing a golden age of almost blinding brilliance. The caliphs of Baghdad were not just warlords. They were voracious consumers of wisdom. They believed that the Quranic injunction to seek knowledge meant all knowledge, regardless of its source. And the legend says, it began with a dream. The Caliph Al-Mamun, a man of intense curiosity, reportedly fell asleep one night and saw a figure in his dream, a man of pale complexion, blue eyes, and a broad forehead, sitting on a throne. "Who are you?" the Caliph asked. "I am Aristotle," the spirit replied. The Caliph then asked, "What is good?" And Aristotle answered, "That which is good in the mind." Waking from this vision, Al-Mamun did not dismiss it as a phantom. He took it as a command. He sent emissaries to the Byzantine Empire, not to ask for gold or truce, but to ask for books. He wanted the old wisdom. He wanted the Greek scrolls. This triggered one of the most astonishing intellectual projects in human history, the translation movement. In the heart of Baghdad, the Caliph established the Bayt al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. It was a library, a university, and a translation bureau all rolled into one. Here, scholars of every faith, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, worked side by side in a kind of smoky, ink-stained harmony. They were the saviors of logic. They took the dusty, difficult texts of Aristotle, which the Byzantines had largely ignored for theology, and they turned them into Arabic. It was not a simple task. Greek is a language of rigid structure and compound words. Arabic is a language of poetry and roots. To move the metaphysics from one to the other required not just translation, but reinvention. They had to invent new words for matter, form, and essence. But they did it. And they did it with a reverence that borders on worship. To the Arab philosophers, Aristotle was not just a thinker. He was Al-Mu'allim al-Awwal, the first teacher. He was the standard by which all truth was measured. Among these scholars, names arose that would rival the Greeks themselves. There was Al-Kindi, the philosopher of the Arabs, who argued that the truth of the philosopher and the truth of the prophet were the same truth, just spoken in different languages. There was Al-Farabi, the second teacher, who took Aristotle's politics and tried to map them onto the Islamic State. And then, towering over them all, came Ibn Sina, known to the West as Avicenna. He did not just read Aristotle, he internalized him. He reportedly read the metaphysics 40 times until he had it memorized, yet he claimed he still didn't understand it until he found a commentary by Al-Farabi in a bookstall. Avicenna took the Aristotelian system and polished it, smoothing out the rough edges, blending it with a touch of Neoplatonic mysticism to create a philosophy that was diamond-hard and spiritually soaring. Because of these men, Aristotle didn't just survive, he evolved. He became a global thinker. His syllogisms debated in the mosques of Damascus and the madrasas of Cairo, while the universities of Oxford and Paris were still just muddy dreams. But the journey of the texts was not over. The flame had to jump back to Europe, and the bridge was built in Spain. In the sun-drenched region of Andalusia, specifically in the city of Cordoba, the Islamic Golden Age reached its western zenith. Cordoba was a city of paved streets, streetlights, and massive libraries, when London was a village of timber huts. Here, in the 12th century, lived the man who would become Aristotle's greatest champion, Ibn Rushd, known to the Latins as Averroes. He was a judge, a physician, and a fanatic for the pure, unadulterated Aristotle. He felt that Avicenna and the others had muddied the waters with too much theology. Averroes wanted to get back to the source. He wrote commentaries on almost every work of Aristotle, line by line, stripping away the centuries of misinterpretation to reveal the stark, logical bones of the master's thought. He was so dedicated to the text that in the Western imagination, he ceased to be a person and became a title. Aristotle was the philosopher, and Averroes was the commentator. In Dante's Inferno, they are seen sitting together in limbo, the Greek and the Arab, united in the aristocracy of the mind. The transfer of this treasure back to the Christian West happened in the city of Toledo. When the Christian forces of the Reconquista captured the city in 1085, they found something more valuable than the emir's treasury. They found the libraries, and they found a population of bilingual scholars. A new translation movement began, this time from Arabic into Latin. It was a feverish, exciting time. Monks from France and England traveled to Toledo, enduring the heat and the strange food, just to get their hands on the new logic. They sat with Jewish and Muslim interpreters, translating the Arabic versions of the Greek texts into Latin. It was a game of telephone played across centuries and languages. Aristotle thought in Greek, he was translated into Syriac, then into Arabic, and finally into Latin. One might expect the message to be garbled, but the logic held. The syllogism is a sturdy structure. It survives the journey. When these new books hit the universities of Paris, Bologna, and Oxford in the 13th century, the shock was seismic. The West had built its worldview on the Bible and St. Augustine. Suddenly, they were confronted with a massive, complete, and terrifyingly coherent explanation of the universe that made no mention of Christ, creation, or the Last Judgment. It was a system of pure reason. It explained the motion of the stars, the reproduction of animals, and the nature of the soul without a single reference to Scripture. It was a crisis. The Church initially banned the books. In 1210, the teaching of Aristotle's natural philosophy was forbidden in Paris under penalty of excommunication. They feared that the first teacher would kill the faith, but you cannot ban gravity, and you cannot ban logic. The students wanted to know. They read the forbidden scrolls in secret. The intellectual hunger was too great. It took a genius to reconcile the two worlds. Thomas Aquinas, A Dominican friar, with the bulk of a wrestler and the mind of an angel, took on the task that seemed impossible. He argued that since God is the author of truth, and Aristotle spoke the truth about nature, then Aristotle and God could not be in conflict. He baptized the philosopher. He took the unmoved mover and called it God. He took the virtues and added faith, hope, and charity. He synthesized the pagan logic with the Christian revelation, creating the scholastic system that would dominate European thought for the next 500 years. In the Summa Theologica, when Aquinas says, as the philosopher says, everyone knew who he meant. He didn't need to use a name. There was only one. So as we near the end of our journey, we must pause to offer a quiet, profound thanks to the scribes of Baghdad and Cordoba. Without the house of wisdom, without the ink-stained fingers of Al-Kindi and Averroes, the ethics and the politics would likely be lost to us. The Western tradition is, in its very foundation, an Eastern inheritance. The rational animal is a global creature. The voice that whispered in the Lyceum echoed through the minarets before it rang in the cathedrals. It is a reminder that wisdom has no geography. The great chain of being connects not just the worm to the god, but the east to the west, the past to the present. The crates that left the cellar in sepsis had to travel around the rim of the Mediterranean, carried by the hands of men who called God by different names but worshipped the same reason. Aristotle was home. The ghost had returned to the machine. The master was back at the podium, and this time he was speaking to the whole world. Dante Alighieri, writing in the flickering candlelight of the 14th century, gave Aristotle the title that would define him forever: the master of those who know. It is a heavy crown. It suggests that knowledge itself is a kingdom, and Aristotle is its eternal king. But as we stand at the end of this long journey, looking back at the boy in the Macedonian court, the student in the olive grove, and the exile in the house by the sea, we must ask, what kind of king was he? And do we still live in his kingdom? The answer, unsettling and profound, is yes. We are all, whether we know it or not, Aristotelians. When you ask, what is the point of this? You are using his concept of teleology. When you say he has a lot of potential, you are using his distinction between potentiality and actuality. When you organize your music playlist by genre or your kitchen by function, you are using his categories. He did not just write books. He wrote the operating system of the Western mind. He gave us the very grammar of thought. We think in subjects and predicates, in causes and effects, in genera and species, because he told us that is how the world is built. He is the invisible architect of our daily lives. But a legacy of 2,000 years is not a clean marble statue. It is a weathered, pitted stone, stained by the history it helped create. We must confront the shadow of the master. Aristotle's obsession with order, his desperate need to place everything in a hierarchy, gave the West a dangerous tool: the logic of oppression. For centuries, slaveholders in the American South quoted the politics to defend their cruelty as natural. Opponents of women's suffrage pointed to his biology to argue that the female mind was unfit for voting. The great chain of being became a chain in the literal sense. It is a tragedy that the man who defined equity as a correction of the law also provided the intellectual scaffolding for systemic injustice. He reminds us that intelligence is not a vaccine against prejudice, You can be the smartest man in the world and still be wrong about the most fundamental things, simply because you cannot see past the horizon of your own time. He built a cage of definitions, and millions of people were trapped inside it. Yet, history is a dialectic, a conversation that never ends. The scientific revolution of the 17th century was, in many ways, a rebellion against Aristotle. Galileo dropped weights from the Tower of Pisa to prove Aristotle's physics wrong. Francis Bacon argued that we must stop reading Aristotle's books and start reading the book of nature. They tore down his physics, his astronomy, and his biology. They proved that the sun does not revolve around the earth, that the heart is a pump and not a heater, and that species are not fixed. The master was toppled. The authority was questioned. But here is the supreme irony. They used Aristotle's own tools to defeat him. They used his logic to dismantle his facts. They used his empirical spirit, the spirit of the lagoon in Lesbos, to overthrow his dogmas. Aristotle would not have been angry. He would have been delighted. The man who said, "Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer still," would have looked at Galileo's telescope and said, "Finally, you are looking." And now, in the 21st century, the wheel is turning again. We are finding that we cannot live by physics alone. We have split the atom and mapped the genome, but we are still asking the old questions. How should we live? What is a good society? What is the purpose of technology? In our age of artificial intelligence, we are suddenly dusting off the Nicomachean ethics. Computer scientists are asking how to program virtue into a machine. They are asking how to create a robot that understands the golden mean. We are realizing that a world of pure data without purpose is a terrifying place. We need the final cause. We need to know not just how things work, but why they matter. The political animal is still struggling to find his way in the global polis. The fragility of democracy, the danger of the demagogue, the need for a strong middle class. These are not ancient history. They are the morning news. Aristotle is sitting at the news desk, nodding his head. So how should we remember him? Not as the statue in the museum, cold and remote. Let us remember him as the man in the lagoon holding the cuttlefish. Let us remember him as the man pacing the colonnade, trying to keep up with his own racing mind. Let us remember him as the man who loved his wife enough to defy custom, and the man who feared the mob enough to flee. He was not a god. He was a human being who paid the world the ultimate compliment of taking it seriously. He looked at the chaos of existence and said, "This makes sense." He was often wrong, sometimes disastrously so, but in his relentless, exhausting, beautiful effort to understand, he showed us what the human mind is for. He pointed down to the earth, to the mess and the mud and the matter, and said, "The truth is here." And he was right. The library of the Lyceum is gone, scattered to the winds, but the library of the world is still open. The starfish are still in the sea. The stars are still in the sky. The questions are still waiting. The master has finished his lesson. Now, it is our turn to walk. The long walk is over. The scrolls are rolled up and placed back in their cedar boxes. The scent of the wood mixing with the fading smell of oil lamps. The colonnade is empty now, the gravel silent, the students gone to their rest. We have traveled a great distance tonight, from the wild forests of Macedonia to the sun-drenched courts of Egypt, from the muddy lagoon of Lesbos to the dark cellars of Skepsis. We have seen empires rise and fall, and we have seen how a single mind can weave a net that catches the world. But now, the history fades. The arguments soften. The logic dissolves into the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. You do not need to categorize the darkness. You do not need to define the night. You can just let it be. The unmoved mover is watching over the stars, and the tide of the Euripus is rocking the world gently back and forth, back and forth. There is a time for analyzing, and there is a time for resting. The active intellect can sleep now. The story is safe. The wisdom is buried deep, waiting for the dawn. But for now, there is only the peace of the form settling into the matter of sleep. Let the heavy curtain fall. Let the centuries drift away like mist. You are safe. You are part of the great, breathing, living world. And that is enough. Sweet dreams.